Hello and good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending our 7th annual symposium, and the first time we're doing it virtually via live stream. So hope you're all on board. Hope you all have a cup of coffee. We wish that you were here with us at Halston Hall. But off we go for a really great program. All the program materials on our are on the website. And I would like to introduce right now our Dean, who's going to kick us off. Dean Larissa Litsky is herself a scholar in the First Amendment and media. She's a prolific writer and speaker. She's also a real teacher. The students love her very much. She's a proud supporter of our Veterans Clinic, and we have been on the trail many times telling people about the clinic and the good work that we do. Most of all, she's a really fun person to be around, and we are so grateful that she's our dean and that she's going to kick off today's symposium. So off to you, Dean Litsky. Thank you for being here.
Welcome to the 7th annual Veterans Clinic Symposium. This year's program is especially rich in content, and I know you're going to enjoy it today. While the symposium continues year after year, the unmet needs of our nation's veterans remain overwhelming. More than 20 million veterans are living in our country today. Over 3 million of those veterans served in the post-9/11 era, and most of them were deployed to combat zones, including Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. Today, approximately 1.4 million veterans are living below the poverty line. Around 50,000 of those veterans are homeless. Relief for these veterans could come in the form of benefits earned through their time in the military, such as compensation for disabilities related to service. However, the VA estimates that disability cases take up to 7 years to complete, and 1 in 14 veterans will die while their appeal is pending. Furthermore, the U.S. Supreme Court has found that 79% of disability cases were remanded on appeal due to errors in the claims process or decision. As a result of these circumstances, the number of veterans in need of legal services to help navigate the complex process of securing disability benefits and discharge upgrades is staggering. Professors Angela K. Drake and Brent Filbert run the Veterans Clinic at the University of Missouri School of Law. Along with the motivated students of Mizzou Law, they help our nation's veterans in VA disability compensation and discharge upgrade cases on a no-cost basis. Since its inception, the clinic has achieved remarkable results, including directly representing over 170 veterans in disability claims, appeals, and discharge upgrades through the hard work of almost 100 law students. Assisting approximately 600 veterans overall in rural outreach and in the clinic. Securing nearly $6 million in disability compensation for our clients. Achieving 100% success rate in discharge upgrade cases, and hosting CLEs like this one to train over 250 attorneys on how to advocate for veterans effectively, which helps the clinic with overflow work. We hate to ever turn a veteran away, and with your help, we won't have to. I hope you enjoy today's programming, and I could not be more proud of the work of the faculty and students of Mizzou Law in serving our nation's veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Litsky. I'm Brent Filbert. Along with Angela Drake, as the Dean just mentioned, I run the Veterans Clinic here at the Mizzou Law School. So we have a terrific day ahead of us with a lot of variety in terms of the speakers and the topics, and it's going to be a really interesting, and there's going to be a lot of things to cover. So one thing I wanted to cover before we get started with our first set of speakers is you'll see in the comment section of the live stream that that is where you can ask questions. And so at the end of each presentation, there will be a period of time, we hope, for questions. So if any of the attendees have a question, just put it in the comment section and we will track it. One thing I would ask is make sure you are clear in terms of who you're asking the question to, and try and be as concise as you possibly can. We will try to get to all the questions. I can't guarantee that's going to happen just because of time constraints, but we will do our very, very best. So that leads me into our first two presenters. I'm going to introduce one of our law students who will talk about and describe and provide some history regarding the Vietnam War, and then he will lead into Colonel John Clark. Coming on now is John Middleton. He is a second-year law student. He's currently in the Veterans Clinic. He's former Missouri National Guard. He's currently in the Army Reserves. His specialization is in psyops, so we're always careful around him because you never know what he's doing. Also really excited, he was just selected for promotion to captain in Army Reserve. So I'm going to turn it over to John now.
All right. I'm going to have to get this report with the. I'm going to take the headphones. Am I on here? You're live. All right. Hello. Yeah. So I'm John Middleton. As Professor Filbert said, I'm a second-year law student here, and I'm going to give a brief overview on the Vietnam War. So the main speaker for this spot is Colonel John Clark. So I thought it'd be important to give a overview of what the Vietnam War was all about, since it happened over 50 years ago, and many of the audience members may not be too familiar with what was going on at the time. So the Vietnam War was mainly comprised of the United States, South Vietnam, and North Vietnam. But before the United States directly got involved, we supported the French up until 1954. And then when the French left, we took a more direct role. That started in 1955 when President Eisenhower, he created the Military Assistance Advisory Group. And as the name implies, this group was mainly comprised of military advisors and also training personnel. These individuals went to Vietnam and helped prepare the South Vietnamese to better fight against North Vietnam. So when I say North Vietnam, that included both the People's Army of Vietnam, which was the official government military for North Vietnam, and there was also the National Front for the Liberation of South Vietnam, known as the Viet Cong. The Viet Cong was more of a guerrilla warfare force, and they were placed in South Vietnam to fight as well. Then in 1965, President Johnson sent over the first wave of combat troops. This included 3,500 U.S. Marines, and the main purpose of this first wave of troops was to protect the already 23,000 military advisors in country. Over the next 8 years, though, the United States sent over hundreds of thousands of more U.S. troops. And with that, there is a lot of protests in the United States. There is public support was dwindling for the war, and this echoed in the halls of Congress as well. So in 1973, after 8 years of direct action in Vietnam, President Nixon announced a suspension of offensive combat operations in Vietnam. This was after he signed the Paris Peace Accords with North and South Vietnam. And these accords were intended to create peace in the country and stop combat operations. However, North Vietnam continued to do offensive combat operations, and Nixon and his Secretary of Defense signaled that the United States would start up offensive combat operations as well. Congress wasn't happy with that, so 4 months after the Paris Peace Accords, Congress passed the Case Church Amendment, which was included in that year's defense bill, and this prohibited further intervention from the United States in Vietnam. When the U.S. was there, the South Vietnamese forces heavily relied on U.S. support. So in the next 2 years, they began losing more of their battle space and more battles. And Saigon was the South Vietnam capital, and the NVA, which was the North Vietnam Army, they They overtook Saigon, and the president surrendered in April of 1975. Many count that as the mark of the end of the Vietnam War. The war was mainly fought in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. However, there were other bases where U.S. soldiers were stationed, such as Thailand, and then the Navy was all in the seas. I wanted to give you a glimpse of what the battlefield environment was like. As you can see from these pictures, it wasn't very pleasant. Most of the missions were air assault, so helicopters would fly in with many soldiers in the helicopters and drop soldiers off, and they'd have to go into environments like you see on the left. It was very wet, so soldiers would walk around and then have to walk through creeks and then keep marching and do combat operations. This took a heavy psychological toll on our U.S. service members. So why were we in Vietnam? The main reason was this was during the Cold War, and we were trying to stop the spread of communism, and especially through the Soviet Union and China. And those two were the ones who supported the North Vietnamese the most. So we went in and we thought we had a reasonable opportunity of helping South Vietnam stop North Vietnam from unifying the country with a single communist regime, and intervened in the country to help South Vietnam. A little bit about the personnel who served in Vietnam. We had 8.7 million American men served during the war. Of those, 2.7 served in the country of Vietnam. And like I said, many more served in the areas surrounding Vietnam. Of that 8.7, 2.2 million were draftees, and only 25% of those combat soldiers were draftees. There are two reasons the draft number was low. One was that people volunteered to serve out of patriotic duty, and the other was many Americans wanted to join the Army and choose the role they had in the military, so that the military didn't draft them and tell them what they had to do. And if you ever get the chance to visit Washington, D.C., I highly recommend that you visit the Vietnam War Memorial. It's very remarkable, and it inscribed on the wall of that memorial are the 58,000 American men that lost their lives during the war. To this day, we still have 1,585 American men that are not accounted for. There have been efforts since the war to recover the remains and personnel of these unaccounted service members. So the number used to be much higher, and there are ongoing efforts to recover the remaining missing in action Americans. North Vietnam had 13 prisoner camps in the country during the war, and in it, there were 725 American men that were held as prisoner of war during the Vietnam War. Of the men that were in there, 55 died while in captivity. And I have a pamphlet included in the symposium materials for you all to view. If you ever represent a former prisoner of war, there are special benefits that the VA gives to former prisoners of war. This includes medical presumptions and other benefits. Please refer to the pamphlet if you'd like some more information on that. All right, so our next speaker is Colonel John Clark. Let me, here, I have his biography in another room. I'm gonna grab that.
John, should we put John Clark on?
Here, give me 1 second.
Hey, John Clark.
Here we go. So like I said, the main speaker of this time slot is Colonel John Clark. He is a native of Columbia, Missouri. He graduated from the College of Engineering and Air Force ROTC at the University of Missouri in 1962. John received a regular Air Force commission in addition to his degree in mechanical engineering. Second Lieutenant Clark entered pilot training at Reese Air Force Base in Lubbock, Texas, flying the T-37 and the T-33. After graduating from pilot training as a distinguished flying graduate, he flew C-131 aeromedical evacuation aircraft out of McGuire Air Force Base, New Jersey. He was assigned to the Royal Air Force Base in Alconbury, England, flying tactical reconnaissance missions in Europe. In October 1966, Colonel Clark was reassigned to the 11th Tactical Reconnaissance Squadron at Udorn Royal Thai Air Force Base, Thailand. On March 12, 1967, the then Captain Clark was shot down while on a flight over North Vietnam. He was captured and spent the next 6 years as a prisoner of war in North Vietnam and was released on February 18, 1973. Upon repatriation, Captain Clark joined his family in Columbia, Missouri, and graduated with a master's degree in business administration. John then went to Randolph Air Force Base, Texas, for recurrency and pilot instructor training in the T-38. Following that, he held the positions of flight commander and chief of academics while instructing in the T-38 at Vance Air Force Base, Enid, Oklahoma. He spent 15 years in the Missouri Air National Guard, where he held various positions. For 2 years prior to his retirement from the Air National Guard in January of 1992, Colonel Clark commanded the 234st Civil Engineering Flight, a specialized United States Air Force and Europe Command Staff Augmentation Unit. Colonel Clark is a registered professional engineer in the state of Missouri and retired in January of 2000 as the water engineer for the city of Columbia, Missouri, where he and his wife, Ann, now live. Colonel Clark's military decorations and award include, among others, the Silver Star, 2 Legions of Merit, the Distinguished Flying Cross, 2 Purple Hearts, the Meritorious Service Medal, 6 Air Medals, the Air Force Commendation Medal, and 2 Republic of Vietnam Gallantry Crosses. Now I'd like for everyone to welcome Colonel John Clark.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan, thank you very much for that introduction. And I want to also thank Professor Drake for inviting me to join the symposium this morning. I'd like to also say good morning to the law students, candidates, and ladies and gentlemen, and our attorneys that are attending. It's an honor for me to have been asked to speak here before this symposium and share with you some of my experiences as a prisoner of war in North Vietnam. And also, I hope to pass on some of my experiences with PTSD and the VA system that will hopefully give you some insight into both. Now, it was on Sunday, the 12th of March, 1967, man, that's a long time ago, flying an RF-4C Phantom II reconnaissance jet at about 100 feet, that's it, and 600 miles per hour over the low ridges entering North Vietnam from Laos. On our way to Hanoi, we were hit with 37 millimeter ground fire. The jet pitched up, went out of control, and when I attempted to eject, I struggled and could not reach the primary ejection handles that were above my helmet. That would be those. But I was unable to due to the extreme forces smashing me down into my ejection seat in the out of control tumbling jet. I slid my arms over my thighs and decided whichever one of those hands got to the backup ejection handle between my legs again here. We had a little technical difficulty, and so I am now occupying the director's room. Oh yeah, there I go. That's me with my airplane right after I checked out in the RF-4. And that's the airplane I was flying. There it is again, us on takeoff roll. That's the airplane I was flying when we were headed into North Vietnam from Laos. We got hit with 37 millimeter ground fire, as I say, and that jet picked up and went out of control. And I decided it was time to get out, but I was unable to reach the ejection handles because of the extreme G-forces, and those ejection handles were over my head and would come down, bring a curtain down over my helmet. But I decided to slide my thighs, my arms over my thighs, because there was an alternate ejection handle there. And I just decided that the first one to get to the ejection handle between my legs would be the first one to pull it. Now, that's because the other hand, the left one, if it was the last one, would not be holding on to the backup ejection handle and would be hit unrestrained with a 600 mile per hour wind blast. Likewise, my head would be at the mercy of the wind blast, as it would not be restrained by that curtain. So it would be flopping around. There was no time to consider some of the other factors, like the canopy out of which I would be ejecting. Now, would that canopy be pointed to the ground upside down? Because I didn't know what that airplane was doing. Or would it be pointed up to the sky? Now, if it was pointed down to the ground, that would be an immediate death option, because I would hit the ground at 600 miles an hour. If I waited to figure out what that airplane was doing and where the canopy was pointed, then the onrushing ridge at 600 miles per hour was another immediate death option. So I took whatever luck immediacy gave me, which was at least a chance to survive. My actions were reactive and they were instantaneous, just as I had been trained. As I slid my hands over my thighs, the right one grabbed the handle first. And since I could not lift my hands because of those G-forces, I rotated that handle and it snapped out of the holder, just as it was supposed to do, except the seat did not fire. Then I remembered the ejection seat technician during training said, if you ever have to use that backup ejection handle, it will take 1/4 of 1 second to fire. Just 1/4 of 1 second, like a snap of a finger. But due to the mental time compression, he said, it will seem that it has misfired. So hang on, just keep pulling on that handle and it will fire. And so I did. I hung on, and darned if it didn't go ahead and fire. But all of that I thought about in just 1/4 of a second. That was very good, because I was just along for the ride and all I could see was just nothing but gray. My head flung from side to side. My arm flailed uncontrollably in that wind blast. I was way too low to expect a successful ejection. I knew that because I looked up at the tops of the trees when my chute opened. It opened with a kind of a smart tug, and I was looking right at a large fireball in the side of the ridge just ahead of me, which was my jet. 4 seconds for the seat to blast the pilot out of the airplane, and 1/4 of a second from the handle to smashing into a ridge at 600 miles per hour in a huge fireball. The other pilot in the jet also ejected just before the fireball, but he decided on shooting it out with the North Vietnamese he had selected suicide by Vietnamese. The next day, I stood in front of the old infamous French prison in Hanoi, Vietnam. Wallow, it was named, and referred to in a most sarcastic manner by American prisoners held there as the Hanoi Hilton. There it is, the Hanoi Hilton. It was night, and the dimly lit prison was very foreboding, with its rusty barbed and electrified wire on top of a tall stone concrete wall, the top of which was covered with broken glass, wine bottles, as a matter of fact, that had been set in the concrete cap during construction. I was blindfolded, pushed, and shoved through a labyrinth of halls and walkways, finding myself shortly afterwards in the sound-deadening Nobby room. The Nobby room had various torture devices clearly displayed on the worn and stained wooden table in the corner. That's an aerial view of the Hanoi Hilton. It was in the Nobby room that my interrogation began. Faith in God. In the beginning, I had lost it now. In school, I was taught science didn't support faith in God. But then it came to the torture, the pain, the never-ending pain that possessed the mind, the demands to forsake my country, my fellow warriors, and my family. I knew I needed help. I needed strength to endure. I needed courage of convictions, but there wasn't anywhere to turn. I recall my upbringing in the big stone Christian church on the corner of 10th and Walnut here in Columbia. So in spite of my wayward ways and my doubts, I prayed. I felt nothing. I felt absolutely nothing. I prayed when I couldn't clasp my hands. I prayed when I couldn't get my face out of that filthy floor. Still nothing, just pain, just terrible pain. I had no faith. The faith was gone because of lack of nourishment. Then I realized I was by myself. I was alone in this struggle, and so I turned to faith in myself. I can do this. I will live through this and give as little as I can and come back to continue to resist. That is what I did. But it started a search in earnest for my faith in God. After many days and torture and leg irons, handcuffs to the point to where I could barely walk or even stand up, I gave in little by little. I wrote pretty much what they dictated, complete with all of its grammatical errors and spelling errors. And they were both humorous and numerous, so there were clear indications that they were coerced statements. I was continually told I was a blackest criminal. I would not beg the forgiveness of the Vietnamese people. And that's why I was alone and being punished. I knew that could not be true. But for those weeks, I had not seen or heard another American. I had prayed for a little help, a little sign maybe that I wasn't alone and actually maybe my prayers were being heard. My cell was a small, nasty, plastered, once upon a time whitewashed space with 20 or a 40-watt bulb hanging from a high ceiling on a single frayed, filthy wire that hadn't been wiped since that wire had been hung decades before. That light bulb was always on. It was forever on. I think it was the next night When I awoke after a fitful sleep on the cold concrete slab that was my mattress, the forever bulb was actually burned out. This allowed the light from the narrow hall outside that cell door to shine through a few cracks in that decades-old ironwood door. I jumped up, looked through the cracks which had evaded my earlier searches. One of those cracks looked straight across the hall at the door next door. Yes, I thought, I'll see who's over there in the morning. When I heard the door open, first meal of the day, I was there. I was peeking. There he was, a really ornery looking Caucasian, dressed just like me. And he didn't like that guard any better than I did. And he made it known. Ha ha! So I am not the only blackest criminal. I looked up, back over my shoulder at that always on light bulb to thank it for being out, but it was not out. What a coincidence. It must have been one of those frayed wires, I thought, and they're always frayed wire. But it never went out again, not for the rest of my confinement in that cell at least. I continued my daily prayers, which had become more of a one-sided conversation, for my guidance along my path to true faith. I knew there would be no parting of the clouds and a big booming voice saying something inspirational, but maybe something that could be a focus of my devotional conversations. I tried to remember all I could about that boyhood church, the first Christian church at 10th and Walnut in Columbia. I settled on one of the large stained glass windows of a cross. Now, I would have etched a cross in the wall myself, except I had nothing to do with it, but just a fingernail. Okay, I thought, there'll be a cross on one of these walls somewhere. So I scoured the walls very carefully. I found nothing. And so dejectedly, I laid flat on my back on the cold concrete slab, breaking yet another one of the camp regulations, blackest criminal that I was. But I was busy conversing with my God. One-sided as it was becoming comforting. Breaking the camp regulations was a serious offense, but what the heck? I was no longer the only blackest criminal, so I just passed into sleep. I awoke with a start for some reason. I don't know, perhaps a key in the lock. Now, my ears had become my eyes, and they worked surprisingly well, even when I was asleep. To this day, I remember so well, directly above the opposite bunk, the opposite concrete slab, was a brilliant ray of sunlight, just about head high. It was illuminated by the haze and moist air in the cell. A beam of light I felt like I could touch, could actually feel. Where it hit the front wall was a brilliantly lit cross about 1 foot tall, etched in that dank wall and once upon a time whitewashed over. I rushed to touch it. It was real. How could I have missed it? I'd gone over that whole wall closely, but probably too closely, since I didn't see the whole cross at the same time and I didn't recognize it. I looked back to the barred window to see from where the light came, because it was so bright, and it was the sun, slipped down between a low cloud deck, but it was still above the prison wall. And it was perfectly aligned with my window and the cross on that wall. Silently as I slept, it spread over the cross, minute by minute, until it was fully exposed and I chanced to awake. Then I watched the clouds fill the gap as the sun and its brilliant ray disappeared. The cell was now dingy, dim again, except for that always-on light bulb. I looked at it again. That light bulb, the brilliant ray of sunlight, coincidence? Maybe. Maybe I just didn't know how to hear my Father's answer. Faith in God, comfort, and strength. After a period of solitary confinement, I moved into another one of these cells, which was about 3.5 feet by 8 feet, with a cellmate for 2.5 years now. If one of us chose to walk for some exercise, the other had to be entirely on the wood plank. Bunk. The other could then walk 3 paces in one direction, 3 paces, turn around, shoulders askew, and walk back another 3 paces. That was almost entirely our exercise for those 2.5 years, except for emptying the crap can, which, I softened that a little bit, and some weekly trips to the wash house. And that wash house kind of reminded me of a place where I fed my dad's hogs on a farm in North Missouri. Well, as the months and years passed, I was introduced to the questionable hospitality of the North Vietnamese. They included torture, solitary confinement, threats of execution, putting a loaded and cocked 9/11 pistol to my head, more than once actually, drugging, political indoctrination and intimidation, locked up in the Hanoi power plant. That was to keep us from bombing it, but our rockets hit it anyway. Starvation diet, lack of even the most rudimentary medical or dental care, almost dying from an unknown respiratory illness, suffering from malaria, exposure to the cold and heat, without proper clothing or facilities, and food unfit for anything but pigs. In September of 1969, with the death of Ho Chi Minh and the leaking of information regarding the torture and mistreatment of American prisoners of war by the North Vietnamese, treatment began to improve. And in November of 1970, the U.S. Special Forces, with air assets from the U.S. Air Force Commandos, raided that special, that prisoner of war camp at Sante. The one you're looking at there is actually a mock that was built up by the raiding party in order to practice on. It was west of Hanoi in the foothills of the nearby mountains. I was at Sante, and we had been moved only a month or two before the raid, and so the raiders found an empty camp. They were heartbroken to tears, but fortunately none were killed or seriously injured. And most fortunately, it was a tremendous morale booster for those of us who were prisoners of war. But for increased security, we were moved back to the Hanoi Hilton in much larger cells with about 30 or more prisoners of war. And with that, life improved quite a bit. Now, in 1972, the peace talks in Paris had languished, and little progress was being made on negotiating the release of prisoners of war, among other issues. In December of 1972, President Nixon decided to restart the bombing of North Vietnam to impress them with the need to continue with the peace talks. But this time, he committed the full forces of our non-nuclear assets, which included the B-52s. B-52s of carpet bombing and massive destruction fame. Linebacker 2, it was called, and it devastated Hanoi. I was there in Hanoi to see it firsthand. Hanoi was a volcano, a story I'd love to tell, but I don't have time today. I'm sorry. So it was on the 12th of February, 1973, the first group of American prisoners of war boarded C-141 Air Force transports at Gilam Airport and headed for Clark Air Base in the Philippines. There you see that C-141. And then on to supporting military hospitals closest to their homes in the United States. Now I think we're going to see a short video that will introduce the next section of my talk.
You can see it in his eyes, John Clark's love of flying. This Air Force pilot's pride at flight school, ready to take off with his buddies at Alconbury Air Base. The Vietnam War is raging, and after flying 80 missions, John's reconnaissance F-4 plane is shot down over North Vietnam, and he's captured by the enemy.
We drove up to the Hanoi Hilton. I was taken in there where I was interrogated and began my 6 years as a captive of the North Vietnamese. I have been asked a lot since my return, how did you survive? We used our minds and we stayed as unified as we possibly could, and that is probably one of the keys to our survival.
In 1973, the POWs were finally freed. John returned home to begin life again. He continued his military career, training pilots and earning a master's in business. Yet psychologically, he still felt imprisoned.
Eventually, my life began to deteriorate from what we now call post-traumatic stress syndrome. I didn't know what was going on. Most people around me didn't know what was going on. And I began to avoid people more and more. I couldn't do a lot of things. I couldn't sit in a barber chair. I couldn't go into a grocery store. And it went on and on.
Finally, in 1998, John was asked to join a study involving former POWs. There, he was told he probably had PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and should meet with a VA psychologist.
We talked about the things that were bothering me. And for some reason or another, it all started to disappear. And then later, I took it one step further and decided to start taking some medications. And one of the doctors explained to me how this was all part of the chemistry and the physiology of the mind. And you can't fix it yourself. You need somebody to help, and they're here to help you. And they will. And they wait for you to come in. So you got to go in and talk to them. And they've got a lot of care, and they can give you your life back. Take my word for it.
That was a video done some years ago, as it mentioned, by the VA, hopefully in order to encourage many of our young veterans to come in and seek help. Now, I have found that PTSD is frankly a very generic term for all kinds of manifestations of various anxieties exhibited by those who may have suffered some trauma. I obviously am not qualified to talk about that medically, but there is no one more qualified to talk about my experiences. Upon my return home, as the video stated, I stayed on active duty, attended Mizzou here in Columbia, obtained a master's in business administration on a military scholarship. After my graduation, I went to flying the T-38 that was shown there in the video, standing there shaking hands with the guy who gave me my first flight after 7 years out of the cockpit. I was a flight commander at Enid, Oklahoma there, instructing in the T-38s. The hours were long and stressful, but I was doing pretty well, and being selected for promotion to lieutenant colonel, a year below the zone for promotion to that grade, made me feel very, very special and honored. There was, however, one incident that occurred which concerned me a little bit. I was to lead a 4-ship formation flight with 3 solo students, yikes, flying their own jets. During the pre-flight, I became a little lightheaded and kind of spacey, and so I thought I must have picked up the flu or eaten something I shouldn't have, and I shouldn't be leading a 4-ship with 3 students. And so I grounded myself and proceeded to see the flight surgeon. He diagnosed nothing and put me back on flying status, which I was happy to see, but there were no further indications or incidences in the next 2 years I spent instructing, even after a student came very close to killing both of us in a T-38 on a no-flap approach and landing. It was exactly the same way a student had killed himself and the very same flight commander whom I had replaced. In 1978, I resigned my regular commission, separated from active duty, and I went to the reserves. I joined the Missouri Air National Guard about a year later, and after passing out, once on duty, I was evaluated for a heart problem, which I did not have, but I was prescribed Marax. It was an asthma medication. Now, it would keep my heart rate up enough to maintain consciousness during one of these PTS attacks. When I had an attack, an overactive vagal function would lower my heart rate to as low as 6 beats per minute. Yeah, that's right. 10 seconds between beats. No wonder I passed that. People thought I had flatlined. By this time, it became apparent that stress could cause me to worry about and passing out with all of its repercussions, such as people thinking I was having a heart attack, which meant ambulances and lots of disruptions. Now think about one of these episodes during a wedding or a funeral or a formal occasion or a banquet or anything else where I might be on stage. Now, if I could get out of the situation in time, perhaps to the men's room, then it didn't cause as much disruption and as much embarrassment. But people still wondered why I was gone so long and why I looked like crap when I finally returned. Hence my desire to avoid people or gatherings altogether, speeches or any situation that drew attention to me or from which I could not easily escape. The world just kept closing in. I could not even imagine what Anne was going through, wondering if each attack would be the fatal one. And that if she should excuse herself, go hunt me down, or leave me alone and wait for my eventual sweaty, pale return. I was getting along, occasionally hyped up on the Marax, but I was still withdrawing from society. Ann and the boys were the only thing that kept me from disappearing into the mountains. I knew God's creatures would not care whether I had PTSD or not. And we had always fared well together, God's creatures and me. For a few years, I had been getting a very complete annual physical at the Robert E. Mitchell Center for POW Studies. It is part of the Naval Aviation Medical Institute at the Naval Air Station in Pensacola, Florida. They had taken on the task of giving each of the Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps air crews who were former prisoners of war a complete physical and psychiatric exam each year. The result of these exams were then compared against the results of the same physicals given to a companion group of Navy pilots of the same age, and they had not been prisoners of war. During one of these physicals, the Navy psychiatrist asked me why I was taking an asthma medication when I didn't have asthma. It was like a wow moment. Why haven't we known this before? Of course, I had to admit that I had hoped that I would work through it by myself without the embarrassment of anyone else knowing. I knew he was aware of much more than what he was telling me. Well, I was set up with an appointment to see Dr. Christensen in the psychiatric clinic at the VA hospital here in Columbia, the Truman VA Hospital. By now, I eagerly looked forward to this meeting because my life was clearly not my own. I had given up a promising Air National Guard career. It was all I could do to hold myself together in my civilian job with the city of Columbia. I avoided all social events and turned down all opportunities to make talks or be honored in any gatherings. I, as I mentioned in the video, could not go into a grocery store with Ann and could barely sit in the barber chair long enough for a haircut. If there was an office lunch or other professional meal gathering, I intentionally arrived late. I arrived late so I would have an excuse to pull up a chair on the outside of the table or the booth. I wasn't going to get trapped in that back seat with several people on either side. At a seminar or similar meeting, I always sat at the back of the room on an aisle, close to an exit, and I always knew where the restroom was. I had changes of mood, of which I was not aware, but Ann was. At night, if she thought I was having a bad dream, she would wake me with a broomstick or something similar so that if I grabbed it, she could let go. My fear of being judged kept me from sharing my problems, except with Ann, and she was afraid I might flee or harm myself. Flee? Maybe. But harm myself? Never. I didn't live through being shot down, and those 6 years of the North Vietnamese prisons, to throw it away, to miss the beauty of life, liberty, and freedom. After a few reflective and sometimes emotional sessions, Dr. Christensen offered a course of therapy which included a lot of self-involvement. It included keeping logs of my thoughts, my actions, feelings, avoidances that I would encounter, and I would report them to my therapy team, or we could try medication, being that I did not want to sacrifice the times I could actually enjoy being free of that damn demon to a drug stupor. I chose therapy. As she followed my progress, one of the simplest and yet most profound comments she made, and I pass it on to you today, was that what I was experiencing was very normal to expect from those who had suffered similar experiences. It was part of my fight and flight response. I need not apologize or concern myself with societal response. I am a warrior who has been to war. It's who we are. You know, I kind of felt like I could swagger a little bit then. It was like I had PTSD. So what? From there, I learned how to avoid situations to dismiss myself without shame. I accepted who I was without apologizing for it, and along with Ann, began to enjoy life again. You know, I well remember the first time being in a grocery store with Ann and enjoying watching the people. Actually realized I was enjoying watching the people. Most of the moms, I enjoyed watching with their amusing interactions with their young children. After a couple of years, I revisited Dr. Christensen. I told her I thought I would like to try some light medication, perhaps, to see that if I could still enjoy life like I was, and possibly be able to take on some public appearances, some talks. I was kind of missing it. It seemed like I had some things I wanted to tell some people. So we tried some light medication, and you know, it's with that which you find me before you today to tell this story. It's a story of my Navy friends at the Robert E. Mitchell Center at Naval Air Station, Pensacola, and my Harry S. Truman Memorial VA Hospital family, its doctors and staff. I want to thank you guys for giving me my life back. Now, a little bit more about the Robert E. Mitchell Center for POW Studies. This is kind of for the lawyers that may have some interest in reference. The scope of the examinations performed at the Mitchell Center were very complete, far and beyond normal flight physicals. It was the original intent to provide an officially clinical authenticated evaluation of afflictions and injuries present in each former prisoner of war that could be used by the VA in determining disability. The Mitchell Center's mission of gathering medical and psychological data from former prisoners of war and comparing it with a similar group of naval aviators has not, well, wait a minute. Comparing it with a similar group of naval aviators that have not been POWs continues today and includes the Gulf War veterans and any Middle East POWs. Numerous studies have been conducted on the data over the years in collaboration with several prestigious institutions. I should note that it is not the Mitchell Center intent to act as a clinic or hospital, only a research institute. However, any physical or psychological problems noted are referred to the veteran's home physician or VA facility for further evaluation and treatment if it's necessary. And you know, I'll have to say, it's really nice to have people like that watching over your shoulder. Now, here is the website of the Mitchell Center. You'll notice up at the top there in dark is the website. That's what you type in to get this website. Or you can just type in Robert E. Mitchell Center for POW Studies in your browser, and that'll probably come up. Now you'll notice down in the lower left-hand corner, it says finding of collaborative studies. Now, if you go there, you can see lots of these collaborative studies that have been done. I have taken a few of them and put them on a list, which we're going to be shown here in just a minute. Now, you will notice, here they are. These are some of the collaborative studies that have been done. You'll notice the institutions listed there, some Harvard and other places. But I will want to call your particular attention to the bottom one that is highlighted. Now, if you'll notice, it is about the unique yeah, thanks for the arrow there, John. It's about the unique attributes of an aviator. And since I consider myself an aviator, I would like to tell you about those. And they were found to be adventurousness, aggression, affiliation, achievement, and adaptability. Now, when I showed these to my wife, she just looked at me and went, duh. So, you know, it seems to be recognized. Now I want to, here is, I don't know where we are. Oh, yeah, here we are. As you pause, you will see there the POW network.org/204 and yeah, whatever that is. But as you assist veterans for benefits, I want you to be aware that there are many imposters. This is a site you can use to help determine whether some of these POW or some of these applicants may be imposters. There are approximately 3 times the number of imposters for every actual prisoner of war. Navy SEALs are, however, the most impersonated of all of the groups, it seems like. And in a April 2009 article by Alan Breed of the Associated Press, he states that there are only 21 surviving prisoners of war from the Gulf War in 1991. However, the Department of Veterans Affairs is paying disability benefits were then to 286, which it says were taken prisoner during that conflict, according to data released by the VA. Also, with former prisoners of war from Vietnam, only 661 officially returned from that war alive. Of them, approximately 100 at that time had died, but yet the VA was paying disability to 966, almost twice as many purported former prisoners of war. Now, I do not intend for a moment to criticize the VA, but I want to use this as an example to demonstrate the prevalence of that kind of activity and how deceptive it can be. It's a federal crime to gain benefits or rewards by impersonating a veteran, POW or not. Not just VA benefits, but any kind of benefits or rewards, like free parking in Colombia. But you can imagine that if there's some guy acting like he was a prisoner of war claiming free parking in Colombia, it's going to be hard to get a federal prosecutor to come in and nail this guy. However, that law is called the Stolen Valor Act. If no benefits, though, or financial reward is gained, it is not illegal, according to the Supreme Court of the United States, but an expression of these imposters' First Amendment rights of freedom of speech. Now, in spotting these imposters, a heads up is a braggart. Come on. Someone who tells you right off they're a former prisoner of war, a Navy SEAL, or they have a Congressional Medal of Honor, or some highly rated decoration. The VA is now tracking this very closely. it seems they are almost always on a top secret mission in enemy territory. They were ambushed, of course, and were the only ones to survive and be captured. They were the only survivor. Would you know? They were held alone until they escaped. Now, there were no records, no ones to substantiate or to refute the claim. Age can be another clue. Why they don't figure this out is a surprise to me. You can almost bet that we're going to be 20 to 24 years old time they were captured, how old they are now, and you can kind of do the math. Even a filled out, and for us military types, even a filled out and signed DD Form 214 report of separation from active duty is not necessarily absolute proof of the military status of an individual. On the internet, believe it or not, on the dark side of the internet, a blank Form DD 214, which has already been signed, is only needed to be filled out with this false information as desired. It's available. If I come across one of these people, I casually try to get some information. Then I follow up, checking with the Department of Defense and Stolen Valor websites, and if confirmed as an imposter, I delight in expressing that. Now, this website here will take you to another website, and this one is a POW network that has an enormous amount of information regarding to POWs, and uses also Department of Defense sites, which are very accurate and up to date. They are highlighted in the yellow block over there to the left at the top. Go to POW network and select that site, and that will tell you to take you to a great deal of data. Now I want to tell just a little bit of a story for just a moment here. A few years ago, a gentleman was visiting a neighbor of mine, had been told I was a former prisoner of war. When we had the occasion to speak, he brought up the fact that he had a former prisoner of war from Vietnam who lived in his town in Kansas. Moved in there a couple of years ago, and they were very proud of him. And, I applauded them for that. They had awarded him the key to the town, of course, in a big ceremony. And he had, for the last couple of years, been the Grand Marshal of the Memorial Day Parade. And he had made speeches about his so-called experiences and exploits. He gave the guy's name to me and the town that they lived in, approximately when he moved there, and some other casual information. I checked a couple of those websites, found his name as an imposter, already exposed as an imposter in another location. It was obvious, having been discriminated, having been discredited, that he had moved to Kansas to relive his scheme. When I gave the website to the neighbor's friend and asked him to review them himself, he was not happy, and had every intention on returning home and exposing this fraud. Now, I'm here to tell you that there was a Kansan who did not like being played for a sucker. Now, it is with that I thank you for the opportunity to be here and talk to you. And I understand, and you'll see the name and that eagle. I like that eagle. I use that eagle a lot. So I understand that I'm going to be cut off here in just a little bit, but I'm going to continue to ad lib until they do. If anyone has any questions, but I'm sure that we're running long because of that interruption that we had there in the beginning. And I did go back and retell a little bit about that story of being shot down, because I kind of, that was one of my 9 lives that I
There's Professor Filbert.
Okay, all right, Professor.
Hey, John, thanks for that really amazing segment on your experiences as an Air Force pilot, as a POW. It really was amazing to hear it in such detail, and we applaud you for going through that. And I think that one of the things that it really does bring home is a lot of times we talk about veterans and we talk about their experiences in sort of a vague and sometimes in a vacuum, but to actually hear from one of our veterans and a POW of what they actually experienced, it really does bring it home and makes, at least inspires me, and I'm sure many people who are viewing this, to do the good work to help veterans and make sure they get what they deserve, both on the healthcare side and the disability compensation world. So we really thank you very much. It's a great way to start off our discussion of things that go well in assisting veterans and things that don't go as well. So thank you, John. We really do appreciate it.
You're very welcome, Professor. It's my pleasure to be here.
Great. Thank you very much. So we are going to move on to our next segment, and that is going to the topic for the next panel is going to be, and I'm going to add our 2 other presenters, including myself. It's going to focus on things that are happening in the state of Missouri in terms of assisting veterans. So John was talking about really how the VA works for POWs. In many ways, a very positive story. This is going to be sort of a mixed bag, I think, in terms of how Missouri veterans are assisted. Some really good things and some things that need to be worked on. So the 2 presenters, in addition to myself, is we have Senator Wayne Wallingford. He is a senator from the southeast part of the state. He's been in the General Assembly since 2010. First as a Missouri representative and then as a senator in 2012. So Senator Wallingford has a really interesting career as an Air Force pilot. He has to be one of the few, I don't know if there's others, but he served in the Air Force on active duty, flew missions both in Vietnam. He had 5 tours in Vietnam, and then also flew in Desert Storm, Desert Shield. So that is pretty remarkable. He has many awards for his service, including the Silver Star, the Distinguished Flying Cross. He has 21 air medals and many other awards as well. So we have Senator Wallingford who's going to talk about legislative initiatives in terms of helping Missouri veterans. And then we also have the General Counsel for the Missouri Veterans Commission, Scotty Allen. And so one of the good things about this panel is we have Navy, me, we have Air Force, Senator Wallingford, and then we have Scotty Allen, who I think was in all the services. I'm not looking at his bio, but Scotty served in Air Force, Army, and in the National Guard. He has a distinguished career in military service as an officer, as enlisted, and as a lawyer. As I said, is now the General Counsel for the Missouri Veterans Commission. So what we're going to do is we're going to let Senator Wallingford kick it off with his comments about the legislative side of what's happening with Missouri veterans.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. And can you hear me okay?
Yes,
okay. Yeah. Well, I did a little research, and over the past 8 years, been in the Missouri Senate. We've passed 36 bills that serve veterans, so we average about 4.5 a year. And I was fortunate enough to carry some of those myself. You know, the Missouri Military Preparedness and Enhancement Commissions top recommended strategy for protecting and growing military footprint is to expand our state's income tax exemption for military personnel. And I carried Senate Bill 814, which was an income tax deduction for active duty military personnel. 5 of our bordering states had passed similar legislation: Arkansas, Illinois, Iowa, Kentucky, and Oklahoma. We have 1,782 Missouri residents serve on active duty component at Missouri's installations. And Missouri had kind of an unusual response to state income taxes for Missouri veterans. If you were stationed out of state, let's just say across the border at Scott Air Force Base, you got a income tax exemption. You didn't have to claim on your Missouri state income tax form your military pay. And that was 72% of Missouri residents. If you had the unfortunate part, stationed in Missouri, you were lucky to be stationed in Missouri because it's a great state and you might have a lot of family members here, but you were being punished for being stationed here because the 28% of Missouri residents that were stationed in Missouri had to pay state income tax. So my Senate Bill 814 exempted active duty military personnel from that. Now, prior to my Senate Bill 814, Missouri's income tax treatment of military pay, we only ranked better than 22 states. But after Senate Bill 814 was passed, we ranked better than 33 states. So it moved us up in that rank. Now, I also passed a bill, or sponsored a bill, and it was signed by the governor, and that was Senate Bill 573, and that was for active duty and guard components. I didn't want to forget them, but in the Senate, you don't want to take too many big bites out of things that affect the budget because you might find that they don't get voted on. So I divided it up into 2 different components. So this exempted for National Guard and Reserve members their pay when they do the weekend duty or go on their 2-week duty later on. So Missouri accounts for 1.9% of our nation's overall population, but our state is home to 3.1% of our nation's reserve and guard people. So they also now get to take advantage of the state income tax exemption. So that bill 573 placed Missouri as tied for number 10 in the nation. We were only bested by states with no state income tax, such as Texas. Now, moving up that list is imperative for us to continually earn and defend our military economic activity and footprint, since state military tax laws are looked at by the Pentagon, and these laws have been part of a calculation in recent decisions. So Pentagon officials stated that our progress on military tax law was noted as our Whiteman Reserve A-10 unit competed for an F-35 unit. The other 3 states that were in competition, they did not tax military pay at all. So that was very good for us. We have you may be familiar with BRAC, the Base Relocation and Closure Act. The Department is always targeting unneeded infrastructure. The DoD has determined that 22% of military capacity is in excess of their needs. So 2 of those services that they're looking at are the Army and the Air Force, which represent 1/3 of their workforce. So they're placing a stringent cap on what constituting a threat to our military installations. So economic impact studies demonstrate the critical role of an installation plays in a community. We were caught off guard by that in 2005 by the Base Realignment and Closure Act. We lost the 131st Tactical Fighter Wing in St. Louis. Aircraft from the 39th Military Air Wing in St. Joseph, and we were downsizing Fort Leonard Wood in 2015. We lost an additional 1,042 full-time positions, costing the state over 4,500 jobs and $367 million in lost annual income. Now, Fort Leonard Wood is the home to the largest contingents of Marines outside Marine installations anywhere in the world. Some people may not realize that. So just to give you an example, every truck driver in the Department of Defense is trained there. So over 80,000 service members train there every year, and over 150,000 parents and family visit those graduation ceremonies. So Fort Leonard Wood's annual budget accounts for over $2 billion in annual revenue for the state. We are competing with every other state hosting a military installation for mission personnel and funding. Also, another bill that I carried that was Senate Bill 180, which is the Missouri Works Program. It's operated by the Department of Economic Development, and it gives our state the incentive tools to attract new military jobs to Missouri. Defense and national security spending is a $30 billion economic impact on Missouri and supports 180,000 jobs. 73% of other states fund off-base infrastructure projects, and 48% of other states fund on-base infrastructure projects. So we're competing with those states to make sure that we get a good bite of the national defense and national security accounts. Now, other bills that were passed that affect the military, Senate Bill 106 required public post-secondary institutions to accept credits for courses that the military awarded as part of their military training. You know, the military goes through a lot of training and get a lot of coursework. Every day is a training day in the military, but when they exit the military, that wasn't accounted for in their training. But now that will be under Senate Bill 106. Also, Senate Bill 117 allowed any individual who is separated from the military with an honorable discharge to be considered a resident student for admission and in-state tuition purposes. We had also a very important bill, Senate Bill 118, authorized circuit courts to create veteran treatment courts to handle cases involving substance abuse or mental illness. We have a lot of our people in the military, when they separate with PSTD, you know, they suffer from drug abuse or mental illness, and the circuit court has been a great program to help those veterans. Now, one House Joint Resolution 48 that did not make it, it went to the voters for a vote, and unfortunately it did not pass, and I was disappointed to see that, was the allowed the Missouri Veterans Commission to develop and sell a veterans lottery ticket with those net proceeds deposited into the Veterans Commission Capital Improvement Trust Fund. But that unfortunately did not make it through the voters' vote on that. Maybe we can bring it up sometime in the future. So that's a recap. There's many other bills that have affected the military, but I don't want to take up everyone's time.
Thank you, Senator Wallingford. So I did want to, and we'll move on to Scotty here in just a minute, but and I really appreciate the things that have been done and considered in terms of helping Missouri veterans. So I wanted to ask you, so what, you know, we have the VA healthcare and we have the VA disability compensation process and other VA benefits, which are all federal. Where do you see where Missouri can help veterans in terms of disabilities or discharge upgrades? You mentioned service members suffering from PTSD and mental health issues and that sort of thing. So discharge upgrades or other places where you think Missouri can do has an opportunity, can do more. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah,
on
we've
that.
had legislation to encourage, and I didn't cover that in my update, but encourages business to hire not only veterans, but encourage them to hire veterans with disabilities. You know, a lot of veterans exit from the Air Force with some sort of disability. My son was a firefighter at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, a flight line firefighter, and unfortunately had a disability during his duty there. And so he was discharged. And so it's people like that different corporations throughout the state and small businesses can help Missouri veterans. And I think the Department of Economic Development has a program that encourages that and that visits with the different businesses to let them know the wonderful asset we have of having military veterans, both retired and disability, to help their corporations and expand in Missouri.
One of the things about Missouri that I think stands out is that there are a large number of veterans who come to Missouri who aren't actually from here, but once they're done with their military service. And I wanted to see what you thought about why that's the case, why there would be a pretty significant percentage of veterans who come to our state once they're done with their service, even though they didn't actually grow up here.
Yeah, well, I actually am one of those people myself. I grew up in northern Illinois, a small rural community 40 miles west of Chicago, Geneva, Illinois. Went to University of Nebraska, and I was in their 4-year Air Force ROTC program, and went to flight training in Sacramento, California, and then spent the next 25 years on active duty. When I retired from the Air Force, of course, initially I was stationed in Illinois with PepsiCo and eventually in Pennsylvania with Taco Bell Corporation. But now here I am in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, and it's a wonderful state. It's a well-kept secret. We have great military benefits, and we have a great state that provides, I've been to all of our state parks, and we have wonderful parks. Of course, Cape Girardeau has 2 big medical facilities. We have a wonderful university, Southeast Missouri State University. And of course, we have wonderful universities all over the state. And of course, our, main university, University of Missouri, right there in Columbia. So it's, we're kind of a low tax state, a low crime state. Wonderful attributes, great transportation. We have airports in St. Louis and Kansas City that people look for. We have rail, Amtrak, the Missouri River, the Mississippi River, that, if anyone's into that. Great lakes for boating and rivers and hiking trails. So it really Missouri offers everything that anyone would possibly want in a great environment.
I agree with that. I'm from the great state of Missouri, the Show Me State, and I do appreciate the Mizzou sign right above your head there. So
you're welcome.
Did not go unnoticed. Thank you, Senator Wallingford. And at the end, if there's questions for the panelists, remember you can put them in the comment section, and then I'll make sure Senator Wallingford and Scotty get those questions. So next up, we have Scotty Allen from the Missouri Veterans Commission is going to talk about initiatives to help Missouri veterans and also what he thinks about the future of helping veterans in our state.
Hi, good morning, everyone. First of all, a little caveat up front. I'm at home battling the flu. So if I go into a little coughing, hacking fit, I apologize for that in advance. I've got a soda here, so hopefully I can keep my whistle wet. It's a great privilege to be on this panel with Senator Wallingford, who's also one of our commissioners, and we certainly appreciate his leadership and expertise on the commission. If you're not familiar with the Missouri Veterans Commission, we operate 7 long-term skilled nursing homes throughout the state for veterans. We have 6 military cemeteries throughout the state, and the best endorsement I can give you of our cemeteries is this. Unfortunately, I had the opportunity to attend a funeral at one of our state cemeteries a few years back, and I was so impressed that afterwards I went and changed my will to be buried at the Springfield State Cemetery. That's how impressive the facility is. So I highly recommend that to anyone that's eligible for that. We also have a veteran service program where we have veteran service officers stationed throughout the state. We have around 50 of them. And so we have complete coverage of the entire state. And these folks are vitally important. They're basically the gatekeepers to veterans benefits throughout the state. So if veterans or their families want to explore those options, they can set up an appointment with these folks, and we go through their military records and figure out what they are eligible for. And then we walk them through the application process, actually do the applications for them. And then if any appeals are necessary, we'll follow up with that as well. So that's kind of in a nutshell what we do at the Veterans Commission. And one thing I wanted to follow up on something that Senator Wallingford mentioned is kind of to brag on the state of Missouri. Just last year, a national report was published on the availability of state veterans benefits programs, and Missouri ranked number 2 in the country with 59 state benefit programs for veterans. That is only 1 behind the state of Illinois, and it doesn't account for this year's legislative session. So who knows? Maybe we have surpassed Illinois now. I didn't keep up with what Illinois did, but I know here in Missouri we did pass a couple of more programs. So who knows? Maybe we are number 1 now in the country. So definitely something to be proud of. In terms of initiatives at the Veterans Commission, we have initiatives for outreach. Of course, that is always one of the big things on our radar, is to get out there and make sure the veterans know that we exist and what we can do for them. And that's an ongoing problem in terms of making sure that the word gets out there, and that everyone's aware of what we can do for them. We're always looking for opportunities to get in front of groups and to present to them what we can do for them. We have a minority veterans point person. We also have someone that specializes in women's veterans, and we also are very proud to have a program for incarcerated veterans as well. You know, just because these folks have gotten themselves into a little bit of trouble with the law does not mean that they're no longer veterans. So we obviously want to make sure that they're taken care of as well. And finally, the major initiative that we kicked off just a couple of years ago is called the Veterans Innovation Task Force, in which we've pulled together stakeholders from throughout the state that specialize in all sorts of things, such as employment and mental health and educational opportunities, so on and so forth. About 100 members of this panel, and we went into in-depth studies of how we can better serve the state's veterans, and we've identified a number of areas that we want to attack, and we hope to get that kicked off in the very near future. Considering that we do operate the veterans homes, COVID-19 has been the focal point for us, going back to about late February of this year. So that's where our focus has been this year, is trying to battle that out and keep it out of our homes and protect our veterans. But we're hoping that soon the environment will open back up and we can get back out there and start doing all these events again, and get going on some of these initiatives that we're so excited to take on. Another big challenge that we are looking forward to dealing with is, as you well know, or many of you may know at least, here recently the state of Missouri has opened up a medical marijuana program, and the Veterans Commission has been blessed to receive some of the funding from the tax revenue that will come with that program. And so we're looking forward to some of the opportunities that we can explore using those funds as well once that program gets up and running. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Brent, and be happy to entertain any questions that anyone has for me. I have lost audio.
Yes, I had two.
There, okay.
Sorry about that, everybody. I did the classic muting myself move, which is, I guess it had to happen today at some point, so I'm glad that I went ahead and got that over with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about what we do here at the Veterans Clinic at the University of Missouri Law School, and about the needs of the veterans that we serve. So it's a little bit different from Senator Wallingford and from Scotty in terms of what we do, but also how important it is to meet the needs of Missouri veterans, which I'll be describing really in many ways are not met. So I'm going to share my screen. I have a PowerPoint that I'm going to show, and let me go ahead and put that up. So here at the University of Missouri Law School Veterans Clinic, we've been in existence since 2014 and have grown from really an idea by Professor Drake, brought about by students who came to her and said it would be great if we started a clinic to help veterans. Her father was a paratrooper who was killed in Vietnam. So she benefited from the GI Bill, and it really struck a chord with her and became really her life's mission to develop this clinic into what it is today, which is it's a clinic with we have up to 16 students each semester. This semester we have 15, and it's dedicated to the students learning how to represent clients, and that being veterans, but also providing critical assistance for veterans in Missouri, but we also represent veterans outside the state. But the great majority of veterans are from Missouri. All right, so let me talk a little bit about why we do what we do and then how we do it. Dean Litsky at the beginning talked about some of the problems in the VA disability compensation process. There's also a significant there are significant issues with discharge upgrades. Service members are discharged under other than honorable conditions where they do not qualify for benefits and also have that hanging over their heads for the rest of their lives. So, and then I'll talk about how we go about helping veterans. So why we do it, as Dean Litsky mentioned, the Supreme Court has found that in almost 80% of cases there is an error in the initial decision by the VA on a disability claim. And I'm not talking about VA healthcare. That's a totally different world, and I always want to make that clear. But this is where a veteran has been injured while they're on active duty, and they filed a claim to get disability. And this ranges from hearing loss and tinnitus all the way to the most serious injuries you can imagine. And we represent veterans in that entire spectrum of disabilities, including mental health issues. So one of the things that is frustrating for veterans is that the process itself in a disability claim is very confusing. And I'm showing you this slide, and I always joke that as a trial lawyer, you would never show this slide to a jury because they would have no idea what it is you're talking about. It's very, very confusing. And but this is what the VA until recently put out to try to explain to veterans how the process worked. I mean, I don't even really understand it, but the really sad part about it is if you look in the middle of this slide, there are these black lines, which if you add them all up in terms of the average days required for a decision, it's almost, for a final decision on a disability claim, it's almost 7 years. So that is a problem for veterans once they file an initial claim, and then there is either it's denied or they're not given the compensation they should be given for their disabilities. So then the VA, we had a new law that came out in February came into effect in February of 2019, the Appeals Modernization Act, to improve the process, to make it simpler, to give veterans more options. And I think there are some improvements in that process, but still it is a very complicated process. And to demonstrate that, I'm going to show you the slide the VA now puts out to explain to veterans how the process works. Again, very, very complicated. So that's why we exist, because once a veteran has a disability claim that is denied, doing it on their own is very, very difficult. And veteran service officers help veterans with initial claims, and they're more than capable of doing that. But once you get past that and there's a denial and you're in the appeals process, having an attorney and a law student represent you in that process makes for dramatically greater odds of succeeding, not only because we understand the law and have certain skills in terms of writing and that sort of thing, but we also are able to access expert witnesses and provide, and we know the law all the way up to the Supreme Court in terms of these disability claims. So that's why we do it. On the another part of it, as I mentioned, is discharge upgrades, which is there are many, many thousands of veterans who are discharged with other than honorable discharges. The numbers from Vietnam, but also in the war on terror since 9/11, it's dramatically high numbers of veterans who are discharged with those sorts of discharges, which means they get no benefits at all, and also having a life and a job and that sort of thing after getting that kind of discharge is very difficult. So, and then typically they're discharged for relatively minor misconduct, getting in a fight, going AWOL for a period of time, smoking pot. I'm not saying that those things are acceptable, but for it to then determine the course of someone's life after that, it really needs to be looked at to see if there should be some leniency or some clemency or something which can help them get back on track. Often, many of those veterans also have serious mental health issues, including PTSD and traumatic brain injury. So we do that as well. And we're the only organization in the state that does that free of charge for veterans. So some numbers, we've represented more than 175 clients, which means we actually represent them. And these cases take years and years and years. So it's a heavy lift once we take on a client. And in the number of cases we have, as Dean Linsky mentioned, we've been very, very successful in getting disability compensation for our clients, and successful at 100% rate thus far in discharge upgrade cases. So I always tell our students, you better not lose, because we never lost. So that's what we've been able to do in that area as well. One other thing that we do at the clinic that is vitally important is we file what are called amicus briefs in important veterans law cases at the Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims and the Federal Circuit and all the way up to the Supreme Court. The reason that's so important is because it can sway the policies that apply to veterans. I'll give you some examples of that. Is we were a big part of changing the law regarding Blue Water Navy veterans to make them eligible for the presumptions that apply to Vietnam veterans in terms of Agent Orange exposure. It was a really, really significant decision, and we were a big part of that process. We've also filed amicus briefs in other important cases as well, and we do that all the time, and we'll continue to do that. So the one thing that I really wanted to talk about, just spend a few minutes on, is our Tigers for Troops program. And as Scotty knows, and as Senator Wallingford knows, we have many, many, many veterans who live in rural parts of the state. And so a couple of years ago, well, and their access to the resources that veterans have in more urban areas is much more limited. There are 73 counties in the state where there is no dedicated Missouri Veterans Commission service officer. So just getting access to being able to file a disability claim, to talk to somebody about a discharge upgrade is hard, is difficult for them. And so we developed a program a couple years ago to go out to these rural areas and meet with veterans and provide our assistance. And so we started that a little less than 2 years ago. And it's been really, really successful in terms of being able to go out to different places. With COVID, we had to really turn to doing it remotely, but that's gone off without a hitch. We do these virtual meetings with veterans in conjunction with University of Missouri Extension, who's been really teamed with them. Missouri Veterans Commission's also been part of it in terms of providing a service officer at these events, and also VA Healthcare has a representative. So we're kind of providing a fulsome experience for the veterans that we meet with. But you can see some of the numbers here. We've met with over 100 veterans in these rural areas, taken on a significant number of clients during that time. And one of the other things that we've done is we also have trained many lawyers in the state on how to represent veterans in disability compensation cases and also in discharge upgrade cases. You can see the number there, 256 veterans or lawyers that we trained at law firms or bar associations throughout the states. And we've done that by holding CLE events free of charge at those law firms or at the county bar and so on. So it really has been a really successful program for us, and one that we think is just vitally important. And also, I should say, it's really one of the first of its kind in the United States, where you have this rural outreach, and so many other states and law schools have come to us to ask us how we do it and ask us to speak at various events to explain like how we set it up, how it works, how you deal with COVID, how to do it remotely, how to deal with veterans who may not have access to broadband and that sort of thing. So it really has been a cutting edge program for Missouri veterans who live in rural areas. So the next phase of the Tigers for Troops program, which was what we call it, is where there's many parts of the state, or I should say communities and counties, that are asking for us to go there either in person or virtually to meet with veterans. We do want to we always need to circle back to counties that we previously visited, because there are many veterans who we didn't meet with. There's also more veterans who are returning to Missouri in those areas. So we really want to make it a permanent program so we can really canvass the state over all the time in terms of helping rural veterans. And one thing that we really are looking for is to obtain long-term funding for this program. The funding has come from the Missouri Housing Development Commission for 2 years. That's running out at the end of this year. So we are always looking for ways to fund the clinic, which is all soft money. Donors are providing the funding. The law school provides a very nice space and all the support we can get in terms of obtaining funding, but we're always looking for funding, and specific to this program is to get funding so it always exists. So so that is the Tigers for Troops program, and what we do here at the Veterans Law Clinic. So that is really what I wanted to talk about with in terms of what we do at the clinic. So this would be a good time to go ahead, I think, and take some questions. So one question we have is, and I'll go ahead and read it. Says, don't attorneys who wish to practice VA disability law have to pass some kind of test or receive some kind of certification in order to do so? I'll take that question because that's what we deal with. And the answer is yes, you have to be certified by the VA or accredited by the VA to represent veterans in disability compensation cases. You don't have to do that for discharge upgrades. And then once you're accredited, then within a certain period of time, you have to do CLEs to a certain number of CLEs to maintain your accreditation. One of the things we do here at the clinic is we provide that accreditation CLE to the Missouri Bar, and it's shown on a webinar periodically throughout the year. You can do one disability compensation case prior to accreditation if you want to do that. All right. Are there any other accreditation, or I'm sorry, are there any other questions for the panel before we go ahead and sign off? I'm going to check one more time and make sure. Okay, it doesn't look like we have any more questions. Senator Wallingford, any final comments before we sign off?
Well, I think we're on. Well, I think we
are on track, right?
On track, aren't we? Well, then, like I said, we passed 36 bills in the last 8 years, and I didn't cover all of them, but there's a few that I didn't cover that I could now in the remaining time. We had Senate Bill 968, which reauthorized the Wartime Veteran Survivor Grant Program. So we often think of the veterans, but we sometimes forget the spouses. Well, this provides higher education financial aid to the spouses and children of wartime veterans, so very significant. Also, we had a House Bill 1503, which deals with the Missouri Linked Deposit Program. We want to expand businesses here in Missouri, draw more business in, and it allows veteran-owned small business to participate in that Missouri Linked Deposit Program, and requires eligible lending institutions to give priority to veteran-owned small businesses when considering reduced rate loans for eligible small businesses. And then finally, one that kind of rings home to me, since my wife is a registered nurse and moved every 3 or 4 years with me and worked in every state that I lived in. We had just this year in 2020 Senate bills, actually it was on 2 different bills. You put an amendment on bills because you don't know which one's going to make it to the governor's desk. So this was on Senate Bill 673 and 560, which gives professional registration licensing reciprocity for military spouses. So that will come in very handy because a lot of military spouses are in the medical field. So those were 3 other bills that I hadn't covered, but were very important to make Missouri a very strong, staunch military supporting state.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Scotty, any final comments before we'll take a break before we move into the next section?
Sure. I would just like to offer a shameless plug for your program. As an attorney myself, I have reached out to your program on a number of occasions for assistance with cases, and you guys have always been very accommodating and helping out as best as you can. Obviously, you're limited by resources, but fantastic program. I never miss an opportunity to sell it to people that I know have a heart for veterans issues. So
thank you, Scotty. I really appreciate that. I did want to mention again that in terms of doing discharge upgrades, attorneys don't need to be accredited by the VA to do that, and we're always looking for attorneys to refer cases to as well, because at the clinic, sadly, we have to turn away veterans or refer them out or delay assisting them because we're at capacity. We have so many veterans who seek our services who need help, and we just don't have the capacity to do that. So attorneys out in the civilian world who can help veterans, it's really, really important. And Colonel Clark was talking about impersonating SEALs and pilots. No one impersonates military lawyers, but we are really important in terms of helping veterans get the disability compensation or the discharge upgrade or whatever it is they're looking for. So what I think we'll do is let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and let everyone stretch their legs, use the restroom, and then when we come back, we're going to have a couple of awards, and then we'll do a lunch break, and then we're going to have Judge Davis, Senior Judge Davis, former Chief Judge of the Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims, will give our keynote address. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Are you going to be the cue for?
Welcome back, everybody. We are now going to do a few awards that are from the Veterans Clinic here.
Welcome back, everybody.
So getting a little bit of an echo now. Not sure why exactly. Let's go ahead and press on. So the first award that we're going to have today is it's called the Bailey Award, and it is in honor of former Dean Bob Bailey, professor here at the law school for many, many years. He still teaches here. He was instrumental in the Veterans Clinic getting started by basically doing what you have to do when you start something like this, which is finding some money to help us get started several years ago. Bob is a veteran himself, served in the Army, and he's just been a great, great supporter of the Veterans Clinic here at the law school. Anybody who's gone to the law school here knows Dean Bailey, Mary Moorkamp from Schnucks, who's going to come on in just a second, and then our second recipient, Judge Shelp. So the first Bailey Award, which is awarded every year, there's 2 awards to attorneys outside of the Veterans Clinic who have provided assistance to veterans either through their law firms or through their organizations or through themselves in a way that's really above and beyond. And so the first Bailey Award for this year is going to go to the Schnucks in-house legal department. And the reason that they're getting this award is because they raised their hand, led by General Counsel Mary Moorkamp, to become trained in veterans law. So we had a day where they came to Columbia and we trained them for an entire day on discharge upgrades and disability compensation cases. And then we began referring cases to them, and they've been just tremendous in terms of taking cases. Their level of representation is exceedingly high. They're always receptive to new cases, to working with us and the law students on the cases. And it's just been a tremendous, tremendous relationship that we have with the Schnucks in-house legal department. So I'm really proud to present virtually, as we have to do everything these days, to the Schnucks legal department led by Mary Moorkamp. So I'll turn it over to Mary. There it is.
Okay, before we get started, I would like to introduce our team. It is, yes. I'd love to introduce the heart and soul of this Veterans Clinic work at Schnucks. So first, I'm going to introduce Brian Brink, who is our Deputy General Counsel. Next comes Jed Penny, who's our Associate General Counsel, does our government relations, regulatory affairs work. Then we have Audrey Howard, Labor and Employment Counsel. Ryan Turnage, litigation, claims, GL, jack of all trades. Jim Madden does contracts work. And then our esteemed Army veteran, paralegal extraordinaire, Mike DeCamp. So due to CDC guidelines, we all wanted to be here together today, and this was the only way we could figure out how to do that and to be appropriately distanced. So first of all, I'm going to take this off now because I can, because they're not around. For the few of you, hopefully it's just a little bit of people that don't know who or what Schnucks is. We are a regional supermarket operator. We're headquartered in St. Louis, privately held, family owned. We operate 112 stores in 4 Midwestern states, and we employ over 14,000 teammates. We were founded in 1939 by Anna Donovan Schnuck. Yes, a female. It was the height of the Depression, and she was looking for a way to feed her family and her neighbors. And her North Star then, as it remains today, was to nourish people's lives. And that is something we have proudly been doing every day for over 81 years. Another thing that we're known for is the investments in the communities we serve. We donate millions in food donations to local food banks and shelters, and our campaigns raise money for the United Way, Salvation Army, and countless others. In 2017, we formed a partnership with Folds of Honor, which is an organization that provides scholarships to the spouses and children of men and women who have been wounded or killed in the service of our country. I'm proud to say in the 3 years of our partnership with Folds, we've raised over $3.2 million and provided 640 scholarships. Now, I give all of that to you by way of background as to why one cold and dreary morning, not at all unlike what we've had going on this week, I called Angela Drake with a crazy idea. Do you think there's any way our department could be trained to help you with your Veterans Clinic work? A little more background. We've had among our department staff and our team a former Navy pilot, and we have an Army combat veteran. So that, combined with the company's work with Folds, I thought this could be a meaningful way that our department could nourish people's lives. Well, as is often the case with volunteer and give back work, in fact, it has been our lives that have been nourished by this work. We've learned that records do not define a person. We've learned that discharges and paperwork don't necessarily reveal undiagnosed and untreated conditions. We've learned a tiny bit about what these men and women go through to protect our freedoms. And as Mike DeCamp so profoundly put it, a non-commissioned officer has two responsibilities. One, accomplish the mission, and two, protect the welfare of the troops. Well, although we are not in uniform, I certainly hope that we have accomplished the mission and that we are protecting the welfare of our troops now that they're home. So I'm going to get this wonderful, amazing award and say thank you, Angela, for answering the phone and for leaning into the crazy idea. Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Dean Bailey. And we just thank you for allowing us to walk along with you on this profoundly important journey. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary. That was really terrific to hear. And I will say it's really gratifying to hear that it's been a rewarding experience for your folks. And for us, it's really been great. And for the clients, I won't go into the details, but the Chinooks attorneys and staff have achieved some amazing results in cases that I think most veterans lawyers would say there's no way in the world you're going to win, and they've been able to succeed. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And we look forward to a long and rewarding relationship with Chinooks. All right, now we're going to move on to our next recipient, and that is Judge Matt Shelp. He is a relatively new federal district court judge in the Eastern District of Missouri. And Judge Shelp and I go way back. We both served together in the Navy Reserve for many years. He's a Mizzou Law grad. He served on active duty in the Navy as a lawyer. And then, as I said, we were together serving in the Reserve for a number of years. He then went on and became an assistant U.S. attorney. He practiced on his own for a while, and then became a partner at Hush Blackwell in St. Louis, where he practiced for many years. And that's where his work led to him getting the Bailey Award, because what Matt did was he rallied the attorneys at Hush Blackwell and got them to agree to attend CLEs that we put on to train them on how to represent veterans. And then also in terms of them being able to take cases. And so now the Veterans Clinic at the law school has a tremendous relationship, very much like with Chinooks, where we're able to refer our cases to the Hush Blackwell attorneys. And so it is going to be a long-term relationship. They also have achieved amazing results for their clients working with us. It's been a great experience for the students also to work with such high-level attorneys like those at Hush Blackwell, as with Schnucks. So, Matt, we are proud at the Veterans Clinic to award you the Bailey Award.
Well, thank you, Brent. It's great to be here. I'm honored to receive the award. I would say that I feel a little undeserving, and given how easy the clinic and the staff and the students that I work with made it. I echo much of what Mary said. You know, having served and having seen the sacrifices that the men and women make and the importance of what they do, it's just absolutely critical that we continue to support them after they complete their service, help them in any way that we can. And I was just thrilled to have my alma mater, the University of Missouri School of Law, leading that charge. I think it's fantastic. I was just thrilled when I had the opportunity to work with them. And my old law firm, Hush Blackwell, has very deep connections to the military. And that's one of the things that Brent and I talked about at the beginning. I have a variety of veterans who have served long ago and even recently. And it was great to see all of them step up. So I proudly accept this award from the University of Missouri School of Law Veterans Clinic. Very much appreciated. I will say that as a new federal district court judge, one of the things I've been assigned to is to lead, or I should say be the lead district judge on the Veterans Reentry Court. And so that court is something that when a veteran's been convicted of a crime and has finished his or her sentence and is then serving a term of supervised release, I lead a reentry court now where we're trying to pair resources from VA and sometimes mental health facilities, other experts, other members. And it's a really impressive court that has been assembled in the Eastern District of Missouri to try to, again, even though they've been convicted, to try to get them on the right path and transition them back to society more efficiently and on a stronger footing to go forward successfully. So I just say that because I'm sure that might lead Brent to some other opportunities for collaboration with the University of Missouri's Veterans Clinic. But again, thank you very much. Thank you as a veteran for what you do, but even more importantly, thank you for helping all those people who raise their hand and step forward to defend our country. And what you guys are doing is awesome. So thank you very much. It's an honor to receive this award.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's really terrific. And yeah, so I'll be hitting you up for things for sure. I'm kidding, sort of, but thank you, Matt. And although I need to start calling you Judge Shelp. I'm used to calling you Matt, so I have to work on that. But thank you very much. Thank you for all you've done, and thanks to Hush. It really is a great relationship. So now I'm going to turn it over to Professor Drake, who is going to give a couple of awards to some of our students. And then once Professor Drake is done, we will go ahead and break for lunch. And then at 12:10, we're going to hear from Judge Davis, who will have some really substantive comments about disability compensation cases and appeals. Professor Drake?
Terrific. Thanks, Professor Filbert. It's my pleasure today to give awards to two of our students. One of the greatest things, two great things about the clinic. We get to help veterans and we get to work with students. And we have some of the most amazing students who apply for the clinic each year. And Professor Filbert and I really appreciate the opportunity to work with them on a daily basis in getting veterans their benefits. So each year we award 2 awards for the past academic year. The award is called the King Award. It's in honor of Amy King, who was the first administrative assistant of our clinic, and she was the person who got us on the right path in terms of how we organize our files, where we put things, how we keep things secure. She's missed, and we think of her daily still. And the King Award is in honor of her competence and her kindness. She was always tremendously compassionate and kind when she talked on the phone with veterans, and she was extraordinarily competent, which allowed us to build the clinic into the fairly large operation that it is today, along with lots of other people who helped. But Amy was our first administrative assistant, and this award is in her honor. I would like to present it first to Justin Brickey. And this is what Justin will receive to put on his bookcase when he starts working. Justin is going to graduate in May, but he started working with us in the clinic when he was only a 1L student, his first year here. He was in the Army Reserves for 13 years, deployed 2 times to Iraq. He served at Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay, which is also where Professor Filbert spent a good deal of quality time. He is on the journal called Better here at Mizzou, and he will be working at the Missouri Attorney General's office. Justin is that type of student who is always there whenever we need him. When he was in the clinic, he did extraordinary work in helping a Gulf War female veteran, and he is also continuing to help us as a research assistant, and he helps lots of students and is always available, and we very much appreciate him. So Justin, congratulations, and we hope that you display your plaque proudly at your next job on your bookcase. So thank you, Justin. The second student we are recognizing is Ryan Burt, and amazingly, he's going to get a plaque just like Justin's, but with his name on it. Justin is going to clerk for Judge Pitlick in the Eastern District of Missouri, so he'll probably run into Judge Shelp. And then after that, he's going to work at Bryan Cave. While in the clinic, Ryan was instrumental in working on 2 Agent Orange cases. So one of the things that we see in the clinic is there's still a lot of Vietnam veterans out there, many of whom are still fighting their claims relating to Agent Orange. So Ryan worked very hard on that. He is the president of the Mizzou Law Veteran Society, which is a student organization, and he is the lead article editors for the Missouri Law Review. So congratulations, Ryan and Justin. We offer these awards to you, and in the interest of time, you need not make any remarks. So thank you so much. We appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, lunch break. See y'all in a little bit to hear from Judge Davis.
Hello, everyone, again. It's Brent Filbert. I'm back, and I have the great honor of introducing Judge Robert N. Davis to the attendees today. Before I do that, I want to remind everybody that any questions you have, if you put them in the comment section, then when Judge Davis is done, then he has been gracious enough to agree to take questions, and I'll read the questions, and then he can answer, and we'll do that at the end. So thank you, Judge Davis, for being here today. We really, really appreciate it. Judge Davis has served on the Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims since 2004. He served as the Chief Judge from 2016 to 2019, and now serves as a Senior Judge. Prior to serving on the court, he had a very, very distinguished career as a law professor at Stetson University and the University of Mississippi, and has taught at many at other locations as well, other universities as well. He's published in many, many areas of the law and taught in those areas as well, including constitutional law, international law, national security law, among just to name just a few. Judge Davis had a distinguished career as an intelligence officer in the Navy. Always glad to have fellow Navy person speaking. So he had a very, very distinguished career, served all over the world as an intelligence officer, involved in many, many high-level operations on the intelligence side. So his CV and other materials are in the materials that you all have access to. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Judge Davis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brent, for that kind introduction. I also would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Angela Drake, Brent Filbert at the University of Missouri Law School Veterans Clinic, and all of their staff who've been working diligently to pull this virtual conference off. It's absolutely no easy feat in times of a global pandemic, and I appreciate the challenges of that. And we are getting better. We're all getting better and better at this process by necessity. So I appreciate the kind invitation to keynote this Veterans Clinic Symposium. I'm excited to be here with you all, and really excited to see the development of the clinical activities across the country. So I'll comment more on that a little bit later, but I want you all to know that I certainly believe, and I think many of us do, that you clinics are instrumental in the future. And I think you have a role to play, perhaps beyond one that you currently have in your scope of work. And we'll talk a little bit more about that too. Battles won and lost is a very appropriate topic and title for this symposium. Reports from the front lines and the mission to serve America's bravest. Let me start with something that I hope is thought-provoking. We are losing the battles and the war if our mission is to provide an efficient, accurate, and fair process for disability benefits distributions to veterans. That will take a mobilization from all interested constituencies to address the issues we will be discussing today, issues that are at the intersection of law, medicine, war, and national security. I live on a plane of aspirations, a continuum of improvement, if you will. It's actually a curse to be a better person today than I was yesterday, and even better tomorrow than I am today. And I apply that approach to everything, including aspiring to make my community better, my work environment better, my country better. And so my aspirations for the Veterans Benefits distribution and appeal system is to make it much better. During my short time with you today, I'd like to focus on really one point, and that's reform, all in capital letters. Reform of the disability system. I'd like to ask you to consider the following proposition. the statutory and regulatory framework that we call the present system has historically been cobbled together piecemeal and has exploded as more veterans return home from our nation's wars. It is a complex, difficult, and antiquated system that inefficiently administers veterans' disability benefits and has created a cottage industry of litigation involving the delivery of health care and disability benefits. The result is claims inefficiency and delay for a large percentage of veterans. I'm not sure how large that percentage is in comparison to the overall numbers of the millions of claims administered by the Department of Veterans Affairs, but my sense is that it's larger than it should be. And thus, to make this system work better, now is the time to consider and begin to talk about alternative VA benefits models to rethink the present structure. This is a monumental undertaking. I don't want to underestimate the task or overstate it. It is monumental, but one that is necessary in my view after working with the details of this system for the past 15 years. I have had the privilege of being a part of one of the most unique and unusual federal appellate courts in the country, and also the privilege of working with you all at the law schools, at the clinic, in the practicing bar, in this very rewarding field of practice. From the court's early fledgling years, beginning in 1988, until today, we've seen the court evolve, grow, and mature. In the short 15 years of my judicial term, I've seen the area of veterans law explode, develop, and expand. In 2004, my appointment date, there were but a few law review articles written about veterans and no casebooks. Thankfully, the National Veterans Legal Services Program had its 2-volume Veterans Benefits Manual that many of us have relied on for most of our careers. There were only 15 volumes of the Veterans Appeals Reporter. There were no law school credits devoted to veterans practice and no courses on veterans law offered. Today, just to see the difference, in addition to opportunities in the veterans law field today, we have a significant body of law contained in 32 Westlaw volumes. There are more than 50 law school clinics working with veterans around the country, and it would be unusual now not to find a veterans law course offered at many law schools. In a little bit, I'd like to share with you some thoughts about the role that I believe clinics can play in veterans benefits reform. But the growth in this field has just been exponential. The literature in veterans law has matured, with many authors writing and publishing articles on a wide variety of issues affecting veterans, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and the court. There are several books on veterans law and a case book recently published in 2015. A significant sign, in my view, that the work of the court and the veterans law field in general is maturing is found in the articles that are critical of the court and the veterans benefits system in general. Articles that call for the court to examine where it is and where it's going, examining its practices and rules and its manner of deciding cases. And several of these articles come to mind, including David Ames and Daniel Ho, Due Process and Mass Adjudication. Hugh McLean's article on Delay, Deny, Wait Until They Die. Professor Simcox's article, Welcome to the Wild West. And Michael Wishney's article, Veterans Law Exceptionalism. James Ridgway's article, Misunderstanding Chicanery. I view these developments as great signs that we are a healthy, vibrant community existing at the critical intersection of law, medicine, and war. With this coronavirus global pandemic, how we have plugged into the electronic age in big ways, working remotely, conducting our business online through Zoom and other electronic mediums, and doing virtual conferences like this. But we are now experiencing, and we will continue to experience, in a significant period of change in the coming decade. On a substantive level, the court just last week approved the class action rules for issuance. The court's deciding many panel cases, with some cases affirmed and some vacated and remanded at the Federal Circuit. The Veterans Court has been busy with precedential cases involving the scope and effect of the Federal Circuit's 2018 Saunders opinion, which held that pain in the absence of a diagnosed condition can serve as a functional impairment of earning capacity and therefore qualify as a disability. Questions arise. Is it limited to circumstances where pain is the primary disability, such that it does not extend to certain conditions or symptoms? For example, does it extend to mental disorders? Does it extend beyond pain to other symptoms? Look at the panel opinions in Waite and recently in Martinez-Bodan. TDIU issues regarding what is meant by substantially gainful employment in the Ray case, sedentary work in the Withers decision, and protected environment in Cantrell, fair process in Smith, extra scheduler consideration in Smitty, and hopefully soon we might have guidance for the bar in Long. Stage ratings in Breland, among others, to include class actions, apportionment of benefits, the scope of our jurisdiction, and constructive possession. As a result of the Ward-Neal panel opinion issued last year, the VA is in the process of rulemaking to better define aggravation in the service connection claims. The revisions would explicitly confirm a singular definition of aggravation for both sections 3.306 and 3.310 that includes the requirement of permanent worsening, not merely temporary or intermittent flare-ups. At the Federal Circuit level, for example, in Simmons against Wilkie, the Federal Circuit affirmed the Veterans Court decision that properly declined to apply a per se rule of prejudice in determining that failure to apply a presumption of soundness and service connection was harmless error. In Lang, the Federal Circuit vacated and remanded the Veterans Court decision that required the veteran to prove that the VA had sufficient knowledge of the veteran's own records in order to find the records constructively received. In Burkhart, the Federal Circuit affirmed a Veterans Court decision that held the surviving spouse was not eligible for a home loan guarantee when the veteran did not have a service-connected disability. In Batcher, the Federal Circuit affirmed a Veterans Court decision that granted an apportionment of disability compensation benefits to the veteran's ex-wife. In Carr, the Federal Circuit reversed and remanded, disagreeing with the Veterans Court's statutory analysis that affirmed a board determination to terminate educational benefits mid-semester. On September 28, 2020, the Federal Circuit in Moat against Wilkie hinted that the Veterans Court could have retained jurisdiction and helped to move Mrs. Moat's case along by possibly requiring progress reports. This retention of jurisdiction is an area where I have attempted to persuade my colleagues to exercise that kind of retained supervisory authority. The Federal Circuit held in Moat for the second time that the Veterans Court should look at the track factors as guidance when evaluating mandamus petitions based on unreasonable delay in the VA's adjudication of benefit claims. Even though the Veterans Court's decision referenced the track factors and Cheney, the Veterans Court did not apply or analyze the 6 track factors as required by Martin against O'Rourke, and as the Federal Circuit had previously instructed the court to do when it heard the case the first time. In Mrs. Moat's writ petition in September of 2016, she alleged unreasonable delay, and the Veterans Court denied the petition, applying the standard outlined in Costanza, a 1999 decision, which asks whether the complaint of delay was so extraordinary given the demands and resources on the secretary that the delay amounts to an arbitrary refusal to act. A very high standard to meet. And of course, Martin and Track changed that. In Martin, the Federal Circuit adopted the Track standard as the appropriate standard for the Veterans Court to use in evaluating mandamus petitions alleging unreasonable delay by the VA. In Monk, on October 20th, 2020, the Federal Circuit affirmed the Veterans Court decision that declined to certify a class because the petitioners did not meet the commonality requirement. I found the additional views expressed by Circuit Judge Reyna to be very interesting because he stressed, and I'll quote, that while the proposed class does not meet the commonality requirement, class certification is available and should be afforded to veterans upon a showing of commonality. Now, Judge Reyna is emphasizing what the Federal Circuit said in Monk earlier, and that is, to us, the Veterans Court, you do have authority to certify classes. As odd as that may seem in the context of an appellate court, those are the instructions we received from the Federal Circuit. Now, how do we manage a class action remains to be seen. And I remember when this decision first came out, and I was very disturbed by placing the management and supervision of a class at an appellate court level. I've long maintained that the class certification process should be the province of the agency decision maker or a district court and not this appellate court. But I also now believe, after giving this more thought and trying to keep an open mind, that the Veterans Court might be able to use this nascent class action authority to help move lawmaking and decision-making at the VA in the aggregate. Again, not an easy process to do because, as you all know, all these issues and claims are fact-driven, fact-specific. But if the court can help to move the law in the aggregate, and that might help the VA and its claims processing numbers, then perhaps we can use that authority now to an advantage. So the Veterans Court, along with the Federal Circuit, have been very busy making law. We are 7 months into the operations, or maybe even 8 by now, or a few more, operations of the Appeals Modernization and Improvement Act. Not a lot of time or experience with the process, but this is an example of a major recent effort to improve the claims process at the administrative level. And as I understand it, the AMA was a human-centered design process. The goal was to maximize the value the VA representative could provide to the veteran, to minimize the time and effort to fix problems and reach the right result. The stakeholder community said that the veterans representatives did 3 main things to help veterans with unfavorable decisions. First, they helped the veterans submit additional evidence when there is a gap, often because the veteran was proceeding pro se at the initial claim level. Second, the VA representatives bring simple errors to the attention of more experienced staff at the regional offices who can fix them relatively quickly. And third, the representatives take medically and legally complex cases to the Board of Veterans' Appeals. So, based on the different goals of those 3 services, fundamentally, the AMA was designed to replace having one process for all problems with 3 different options for those different needs. So the veterans had to be in a position to make intelligent choices between review options, and in order to do so, the veteran had to understand the basis of the denial. The VA agreed to more detailed notice letters in the context of a 3-lane solution. The second most contentious issue was how to handle the duty to assist. The fear of closing the record had prevented reform for years. So it came to be understood that limiting review to a closed record was essential to giving veterans final answers, but also to improving the system generally. The third contentious issue was that much of the concern in the process was the fear that deserving claimants could lose their effective dates. Because board denials are high stakes affairs, trapping veterans into repetitive remands, veterans think that turning over just one more stone might lead to a favorable outcome. And sometimes it does. So the biggest breakthrough of the AMA was extending the effective date protections for a year after unfavorable decisions to lower the stakes of an unfavorable decision and allow them to become educational opportunities. Under the AMA, an unfavorable board decision can be an opportunity to explain what evidence could change the outcome so that veterans can better understand if the claim has merit and is worth pursuing further. So, as you all know, having worked with this system for some time, this new design is complex. It creates 3 lanes: a supplemental claim lane that allows the VA to re-adjudicate a claim if new and relevant evidence is presented and the record is open. The VA also will assist under the duty to assist in gathering new and relevant evidence. A higher level review lane where a more experienced VA employee takes a second look at the same evidence submitted in the closed record, and no duty to assist. This lane includes de novo review and a possible different opinion by the reviewer, and a duty to assist error is returned to the lower level for correction. And then the third lane is a BVA appeal lane, where additional evidence must be submitted within 90 days of a notice of disagreement, closed record, and a hearing docket. So we are all learning precisely how this new complex system will impact the legacy cases and new cases in the system. The AMA was not designed to achieve perfection, but it was designed to be better than what it was replacing. The assessment of whether that outcome is being achieved remains to be seen by all of us. I can tell you that at the court, we are beginning to see issues regarding the AMA come to chambers, but many of them are getting resolved in our Rule 33 conferences. I do expect, however, that we will begin to see more issues of first impression in chambers. Our central legal staff reports that they are beginning to see appeals raising issues relating to the implementation of the AMA, and generally these issues concern appellants' rights and board obligations during remand proceedings. A recurring issue is whether in an AMA case, an appellant can submit additional argument and evidence on remand to the board. What should the court include in its instructions to the board for proceedings on remand? What rights does an appellant have before the board if the court vacates the board decision on appeal? For example, expedited proceedings, a hearing, ability to submit additional evidence or argument? What case law will apply to AMA cases? Obviously, we'll be making some new case law with AMA cases, I suspect, as well. Is an appellant entitled to an opportunity for a hearing before the board on remand with an opportunity to submit additional argument and evidence to the board under Kucherovsky? And also, the parties are raising arguments as to whether these issues are ripe for judicial review. For example, the parties request court relief in the form of instructions as to the proceedings to be taken on remand. Whether the case is currently premature and needs to go back to the board and let the board determine in the first instance to reject any offered evidence, and then, if needed, the case could be appealed to the court so that the issue could be reviewed by the court once the board has made its findings. The court's central legal staff is conducting also a lot of Rule 33 conferences, and thank goodness for that, because without the Rule 33 conferences being at play, there'd be many, many more cases at chambers. So those conferences include requests from the parties for second conferences to find resolutions regarding language included in joint motions for remands and joint motions for partial remand. In an AMA case, for example, parties may dispute whether the court's decision in Kucherovsky to submit additional evidence applies to proceedings on remand to the board. And accordingly, some JMPRs are not relying on Kucherovsky, but may cite to Fletcher, holding that a remand is meant to entail a critical examination of the justifications for the board's decision, and the court expects that the BVA will re-examine the evidence of record. seek any other evidence the board feels is necessary, and issue a timely, well-supported decision. As the AMA process moves forward with implementation, the court may see additional issues regarding notice, lane choices, and dates related to closing the record and treatment of inextricably intertwined issues. For example, what is the role of the board and this court's decision in Rice and TDIU issues in the context of the AMA appeals? What happens when the RO doesn't address TDIU, and does the board err when it decides TDIU separate from the underlying disability alleged to have caused the unemployability? How does the AMA affect existing case law? And this, my friends, brings me to the point I opened with, and perhaps the most important part of this keynote. The VA benefits adjudication structure is antiquated, inefficient, and costly. Filled with delays as well, and it needs to be restructured. The volumes of claims processing at all levels, the VA front end, the Board of Veterans Appeals, and the court is screaming for a better way. This past year, the court was just under 9,000 appeals being filed, with an average of about 750 cases coming in each month. In November, there were 798, almost 800 appeals filed. In February, there were 841 appeals filed. In June, there was 814 appeals filed. And in September, there were 715 appeals filed. COVID does not seem to have had much effect on the volume of appeals being filed at the court. And in an effort to deal with this volume, the court is experimenting with a pilot program allowing for limited representation for pro se appellants at Rule 33 conferences. I think that'll be helpful. Right now, pro se appellants don't normally get conferences. As I mentioned, the resolution rates at the Rule 33 conferences continue to keep pace with the incoming appeals. But as more cases are poorly decided, more conferences become necessary. I only hope we can continue to have such a high resolution rate during these conferences. And I shudder to think what will happen if that resolution rate starts going down. I think the court's docket will become flooded. The VA's 2021 budget is a whopping $243.3 billion. I believe second only to the Department of Defense. That is a 10% increase over last year's enacted levels. 109.5 billion of that is for discretionary funding, including healthcare benefits and national cemeteries. 133.8 billion in mandatory funding for benefit programs, specifically the programs that we work on, compensation and pensions, readjustment benefits, housing and insurance. And part of this budget includes 94.5 billion for medical care, and benefits claims processing includes 3.2 billion to process 1.4 million disability compensation claims and 3.8 million education claims. Appeals reform includes 198 million to the BVA to address legacy appeals, and the BVA decided 95,000 appeals in 2019, 85,000 in 2018, and a historic record 2 years in a row. This volume is simply remarkable, and the figures of 1.4 or 1.5 million don't really tell the whole story, because as you all know, in processing claims, one claim can involve several different issues. And under the Appeals Modernization Act, several issues could be split off to take different paths. And so exponentially, the volume is drastic. So despite the periodic revisions through statutory and regulatory amendments and the changes and possibly improvements because of AMA to the system that I just laid out for you, I am not at all satisfied, and we should not be satisfied that we have come close to developing a VA benefits system that is efficient, is timely, and more often than not fair to our veterans in need of disability benefits. Judicial review has brought some advantages. It's brought transparency and accountability to the VA, but it has not resolved the delays and adjudication errors that have become commonplace at the front end. Reviewing courts have limited jurisdiction to intervene in non-adversarial process, and deference to Congress's statutory scheme has undoubtedly helped to preserve the status quo. Of course, Congress has the power to make sweeping changes to the process, but reaching an agreement on these issues with the VA and the VSOs is a formidable undertaking. That, however, is an undertaking that we need to tackle. And I say we, meaning all of us in this system, and I'm speaking specifically to the clinics around the country. The VA could use its rulemaking authority to create more balanced procedures that would preserve the non-adversarial system, but add procedural safeguards to protect the interests of veterans. The distribution of veterans' benefits has grown ever more complicated over the past several decades. Since the implementation of the Judicial Review Act in 1988, Congress has really marched steadily toward a more legalistic and technical administrative system for adjudicating benefits. And today, the benefits system is governed by a complex web of legal and medical principles that require veterans and VA adjudicators to have an intimate knowledge of the substance and mechanics of the rules to adjudicate claims. While Congress and the VA have introduced more formal rules, the VA has not implemented a strategy to help its adjudicators keep up with the law. In 1994, Judge Lawrence Hagel wrote an article about the VA's sluggish reaction to decisions by the courts. For fiscal years 1977 to 1989, Judge Hagel noted that the board overturned decisions of the regional offices almost 30% of the time due to improper adjudication. By 1992, the reversal rate had grown to 66%, and today, the board's reversal rate is 74%. It's no surprise that the board reverses so many regional office decisions when adjudicators in those offices lack the medical and legal expertise to properly adjudicate the claims. And this is the place in the process where I would mark with a big red flag the front end. This is where significant problems exist at the front end. And in order to make any progress, this area has to be tackled. This is at least one place where I think significant attention and resources needs to be placed. Lawyers could be helpful here as well. The BVA, as it turns out, has little power over the Veterans Benefits Administration, an agency that's run by the Undersecretary for Benefits. The BVA gets 12% of what goes to the VBA, and the VBA decides 1.5 million claims a year. The Veteran Court gets 8 to 9% of the Board of Veterans Appeals output annually. So our perspective is a bit skewed. We have a very small part of this bigger picture of claims processing. And of course, our small part is probably the most difficult cases. And so I'm not sure that our perspective on this, the court's perspective on the problems is that comprehensive. The board has a 30% grant rate. The VA resources are too few and its mission too expansive for the VA to provide the necessary training and additional personnel to improve the claims processing. At the end of September, just a few weeks ago, the Board of Veterans Appeals reached a milestone and decided 100,000 cases. That number will have an impact on the court's appeals intake numbers, pushing it certainly over the 9,000 mark that was just about hit this year anyway. And in 2021, it'll be beyond 9,000. In 2020, the BVA held 15,000 hearings, and it had as a goal 24,000 hearings, but COVID slowed things up a bit. Between the board and the BVA, there are now in the legacy appeals 170,000 cases, down from 500,000 just a few years ago. So I have to give kudos to Chairman Mason and the efforts that her people are doing over there to get the backlog handled. But there is a problem with quantity and quality, and we'll talk about that in a minute. This year, there are 120,000 legacy appeals at the board, and in 2021, the goal is to be below 100,000 and in legacy appeals by 2022. But with volume, and it continues to grow, the remand rates continue to be very high, both at the board to the regional offices and from the court, the Veterans Court, to the board. The quality of decision-making continues to need attention. There is a lack of consistency and accuracy of the decision-making given the large numbers involved. There are problems with accuracy and consistency with discharge review boards as well. There is clearly a quantity and quality trade-off. At the Georgetown Law Veterans Imperative Summit at the end of September, several panels met to discuss a number of issues. And the fourth panel touched on the benefits adjudication process. Volume of cases was very central to that discussion. Judge Allen from the court, Professor Daniel Ho at Stanford, and Professor Simcox all talked about this problem with volume and mass adjudication. Professor Ho at Stanford talked about the increase in the Board of Veterans Appeals decisions with parallel increases in joint motions for remand. The veterans law judges, according to James Ridgway, have about 10 to 15 seconds per page to review an appeal and about 45 to 60 minutes to review an appeal under the current workload numbers. It's no wonder there are a lot of mistakes and remands run rampant, both at the court and at the board. And this is where I think there's an important role for veterans clinics around the country. I have encouraged the clinics in the past to expand their scope of work to include legislative initiatives, in addition to doing the outstanding representational work that you all do. But I would also encourage you to push to get involved earlier in the process at the front end. And that may mean legislative initiatives. There is a need for a catalyst for reform. And while we need the VSO buy-in, in fact, we can't get this done without the VSO buy-in and support, I believe the clinics around the country can be an important part of this reform. You are objective, you're independent, and you have now a national organization that has a seat at the table. If I'm not mistaken, you've been recognized as a VSO. So we need to search for mechanisms. At least some of you have been recognized as VSOs, but we need to search for mechanisms of reform. And I ask that you all join me in my aspirational goals to improve the benefits distribution and adjudication system and make an efficient and fair process a reality. I don't have all the answers to address the problems, but I do have a few ideas that I think should be given serious consideration. I am committed to doing everything in my power to make 2021 the year that we begin the conversation for an overhaul of the Veterans Benefits System. I believe we are overdue to put together a think tank or a thinking group comprised of all the stakeholders, much like what was done with the AMA, but this time to tackle the challenge of restructuring the model writ large. And the guiding principles as we approach this question of alternative models should be the following: efficiency in processing claims for those most in need, expeditions and accurate decision-making at the front end, and a timely and fair process for all overall. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an awful lot of work to do to get this system fixed, and we cannot continue to tinker around the edges of a model that may have been ill-conceived from the start, but certainly is not operating today in an efficient, non-adversarial way. We must begin this conversation now and begin to take steps to change the model we currently use to administer veterans benefits. And there are a lot of different possibilities and a lot of different options, but we need to get that group together to talk about it. Thank you very much for your time. I'm honored to be able to spend some time with you today, and I will be happy to take any questions in the time remaining.
Thank you, Judge Davis. That was really a really comprehensive discussion of what's going on with the VA disability claims process and the appeal process and the court, and very frank, which we really appreciate that you were willing to do that. You covered a lot of ground. What I'd like to do is let me go ahead and provide you with some of the questions that we've received from the audience. And I'll start off with the first one, which is, what are your thoughts on resurrecting the summary disposition in lieu of briefing process originally discussed in Frankel v. Derwinski?
Yeah. Great question. Absolutely wonderful question. I would support resurrecting the summary disposition process. The problem is we moved away from summary disposition early on because there was a need at that time, and I think that need was a real need to explain to veterans the basis for the decision. And many of the veterans at that time also were pro se veterans, not represented by counsel. So in an effort to make the decisions at the court understandable, the court at that time decided to write memorandum decisions, which were not summary matters. There is a role to play in summary disposition, however, with certain cases that can be summarily dismissed. I might use that judiciously. Obviously, the need for a explanation still is there, not only for the veteran, but also for the reviewing court. But that can be accomplished, I think, in a paragraph or two, probably in many cases. So I would support resurrecting summary disposition, and it disappointed me that it fell by the wayside because of the evolution of our process. Great question. Thank you.
Judge Davis, the next question is, there seems to be a disconnect between decisions made by the court and then how decisions are made at the regional office level, as if those decisions had never been made. Do you have any thoughts on how that can be changed?
Outstanding question. Outstanding question again. And in fact, I had a conversation with the Chairman Mason maybe a month or so ago regarding what's going on there to communicate the law to the regional offices. And as she explained to me, it's a difficult project because, as I indicated during the talk, the undersecretary controls the distribution of benefits. They don't fall under the BVA. And so getting the message out to the regional offices has historically been a challenge for the board even. But that to me, and whoever asked that question is right on target with a breakdown in the system. That to me is one of the breakdowns in the system that has to be corrected. And I asked Chairman Mason, were there plans for getting out to the regional offices and trying to provide some guidance? And she talked about the difficulty with resources and personnel. But this will be off the top of my head response. I'd like to give that issue some study, and I would put that on the list of areas that need to be addressed in addition to in the front end of the process. And that is getting the regional offices a lot smarter about the law. And as I indicated, These are not lawyers or medical experts. These people are hardworking, mid-level GS government employees who can benefit from good guidance. And I think the challenge here is, how do we get the guidance from the court and the board, in fact, to the regional offices? And that would be a question I'd put on my list of topics to discuss with the think tank folks. My initial response is that I would try to send out some training teams to the regional offices if I were at the VA, to try to offer some legal and medical guidance on areas that would help them in claims processing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next question is, do you believe that there's room for alternative dispute resolution in the claims process?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a great believer in ADR. Our Rule 33 conferences, is the court's effort to do that. It's a complicated process in this unique administrative regulatory system because of the variety and the number of issues that can be associated with a claim. You could resolve one issue and yet have another issue unresolved. But Brent, the question really goes to the heart of the matter, and that is, what can we do at the front end as these claims are being developed to do ADR? And it seems to me that that process ought to be a part of what the regional offices do. Again, something that we can, or we writ large, should be able to get the regional office, the secretary, to incorporate an ADR process within its claims processing system.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. So we have, I think, we have time for one more question. One of the law students at the clinic asked me, how can I become a clerk at the CABC? You can answer that offline. But the next question, seriously, is, not sure how much you can answer in this area, but do you see other areas appropriate for class certification?
Well, I think the class certification is something that should be done at the agency level or a district court level, not at the appellate level. But having that authority now, as I said earlier, I think we can use that. We, the court, can use that to help move an aggregate amount of cases and the law in a big way, if we can use it smart. We have to figure out how to do it, and we're still working on that. But I think we could do that. The question is, are there other areas that could be open to class certification? Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah. Do you see other areas that may be appropriate for class certification?
Other areas in the veterans benefits arena? Well, there are a lot, I think. I mean, many of the issues are, while they're individual to the veteran, they are repetitive in the system.
Right.
So whether or not they're earlier effective dates, again, these are fact driven. So that's going to change from veteran to veteran. But broader issues like presumptions and things like that could be class driven. So I think there are a lot of things that can be certified if we meet the class action requirements and hurdles. I mean, in Monk, that was not met. But if we meet the class action requirements, I think there's a lot of work that could be done in this way. It's challenging, though. I'll say it is challenging because of the fact specificity associated with every claim. But the bigger picture is, I think we could pick what you call the low-hanging fruit, the areas where many veterans have issues, whether or not it's notice or earlier effective dates, and tag some of those as potential class certification areas, and then move forward.
That's interesting. Yeah, it really is a kind of a brand new thing that has to really be worked out. But well, Your Honor, thank you so much for your time and, as I said, your frank comments about the whole process and where you think things can be improved and where they have had problems. And we really, really do appreciate it. It was a great, great discussion.
Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you all again, and honored by the privilege to speak with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
So now we're going to take a short break, about 10 minutes before our next panel will start at 1:10 Central Time. And it's going to be, the panel discussion is going to be, the question is, the VA complying with congressional directives relating to Gulf War veterans. We have 4 really terrific panelists, and we will come back about 1:10. Thank you.
All right. So did they hear anything I said? All right. Hello, welcome back. We want to thank Judge Davis for his remarks, which were thought-provoking, and we look forward to getting to work on them. Our next panel is going to focus on Gulf War issues, and it's something that we see a lot in our clinic, and we have several speakers, and I just want to give you a very brief introduction to our speakers today. But first, briefly remind you about that first Gulf War, 1990 or 1991, for those of you, several of our students were very young at that time. But what happened was Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia and Egypt requested military assistance from the world, and the US and the Allied forces responded, and we engaged in what is called Operation Desert Shield. That was the buildup. And then there was Operation Desert Storm. And then there was a ground offensive called Operation Desert Sabra, and I probably mispronounced that. But 650,000 service members were involved in the first Gulf War. You will hear that they were exposed to many, 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 many toxins, and they suffer from very unusual and unique disabilities. The veteran benefit statutes that Congress passed were designed to help these veterans in their specific situations. And unfortunately, what we're seeing in the clinic, and this goes back to what Judge Davis said, is the cases are poorly adjudicated, and veterans wait and wait and wait to receive the compensation that they deserved. So our first speaker on this panel is Greg Beer, one of our former students and also a keynote several years ago. Chris Dunn said this of Greg: he was the tip of America's defense spear in the first Gulf War. So Greg brings to us his own personal experience. He was truly boots on the ground, and he's going to tell us what it was like during the Gulf War. I first met Greg when he ran the entrepreneurship program at the business school here, and every summer he does an entrepreneurship boot camp for veterans specifically. So we've had a long and very fun relationship. So we appreciate Greg being here again. He spoke at our symposium several years ago when we focused on the challenges arising from the war on terror. And today he's going to tell us about his experiences in the Gulf. Then we have Amy Odom. Amy Odom has been at 6 of our 7 symposiums. We're just so grateful to have her here again. She is a true scholar and a really good advocate. Amy worked at the National Veterans Legal Services Program, and now she's at Chisholm and Kirkpatrick, and she does nothing but veterans benefits cases. She's a mother of 2 adorable daughters, past president of the Court of Veterans Appeals Bar Association, and literally one of the smartest people I know when it comes to veterans benefits law. So we're really excited that Amy has joined us yet again for our symposium. I'm going to share with you, after Amy speaks, some of the research that student Emily Miller and I have been working on this semester involving MUCMEs. So that will be very exciting. And then you will hear from Jim Benz. Jim Benz is one of our newest friends to the Veterans Clinic. He was introduced to the clinic by Mizzou alum Ben Thomas, who is class of 1973, where they met on the golf course. And Ben is a very good friend of the clinic, and he loves to tell people about what we do. And Jim actually served on the Gulf War Research Advisory Council. So those two got to talking about Gulf War issues, and we were very fortunate that Ben introduced Jim to us, because since that golf round that Ben and Jim have had, students at the Mizzou Law Veterans Clinic have been all in on Gulf War issues, trying to figure out new and innovative ways to get VA to do what Congress has been very plain in the mandate for VA to do. So we're very lucky to have Jim with us today. He is a Vietnam era veteran. He received the Bronze Star. He was an entrepreneur in several medical firms. He was the chair of the Gulf War Research Advisory Committee on Gulf War Illness. He was a principal deputy assistant secretary of defense. I hope I got all that right, on national security issues. And he's really smart, like Amy Odom. He went to Stanford undergrad, Harvard Law, and was the editor of the Harvard Law Review. So we have quite a panel, and I'm going to take questions at the end for all of the panelists. So that said, let's turn it over to Greg Beer.
Can everybody see my screen yet? There we go. First of all, Angela, thank you for having me, and I'm so honored to be in presence of such smart people. Angela asked me to talk because I'm just a simple ground soldier, and I wanted to kind of help lay the groundwork for what it was like for soldiers that deployed to Saudi Arabia and then Iraq. But I was a young captain assigned to the 24th Infantry Division out of Fort Stewart, Georgia, and we were the desert unit of the Army. And our commander was Major General Barry McCaffrey, and General McCaffrey was a very highly decorated Vietnam War soldier, and he told us that when we deployed to fight, we would fight with violence, we would protect our honor, and that we should pray. And ironically, just before our deployment to the Middle East, we were in the Mojave Desert training. We were a desert unit. We were desert fighters. So we had barely dusted off the sand and the dust from the Mojave Desert at the National Training Center in California before we got deployment orders to deploy to Saudi Arabia. And we deployed to Saudi Arabia about 6 days after Saddam Hussein had invaded Kuwait. And over the course of just a few weeks, we were the heavy armored unit, or the first heavy armored unit to arrive on the ground, ready to fight in Saudi Arabia, which was quite a logistical feat to deploy 1,600 Bradleys, armored personnel carriers and tanks, along with 90 attack helicopters and all the support helicopters that we needed. And we started with 18,000 soldiers. I think we ended up with about 25,000 soldiers when we actually fought. But this is it's kind of an interesting story in the sense that this is where we deployed. This is where we lived. This is where we trained during Desert Shield. Those of you that are familiar with 1 to 50,000 maps, there's no terrain features here. No water, no electric, no shelter, no bathrooms, no showers, no air conditioning, no heat. Believe it, the desert gets cold at night. No cable TV, no email, or no Wi-Fi. But that environment kind of builds mental toughness in soldiers. But that created part of the problem. Without any supply chain to follow us, everything basically had to be shipped to us since we were relatively early in the deployment. Everything was shipped to us out in the middle of the desert. Water bottles, fuel and oil. And keep in mind, we were a heavy armored mechanized unit. We burned a lot of fuel. We went through a lot of lubricants. Medical supplies, because as we were continued training in the middle of the desert, we did have some casualties. And then just maintaining the health and welfare of 18,000 soldiers in the desert takes some medical supplies. We like to eat. All the foods had to be supplied to us, all the ammunition, because we never stopped training. We were constantly throwing metal downrange to fire. Spare parts for mechanized division is a big logistical feat. Batteries, tires, construction material, absolutely everything had to be shipped to us, even care packages from home periodically. But then that created part of the problem, that everything that was shipped to us resulted in waste. Waste plastic, waste tin, aluminum, waste oils, lubricants, rubber tires, carbon fiber that was in tires, plastics that's in tires, medical supplies that we had to dispose of, as well as ammunition casings, which consisted of heavy metals, and then used batteries, again, with more heavy metals. And the real challenge is there's no infrastructure to deal with trash. There's no trash pickup on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in the middle of the desert. We were there as the guest of Saudi Arabia, and we were asked to maintain an invisible footprint. So littering is not really a problem. So we started burning everything. And this was really the first experience, I believe, in the military in modern history where pretty much everything was burnt. We pretty much dug huge holes in the grounds, 20, 30, 50 meters in diameter, and just burnt things. Everything went in there. The medical waste, the lubricants, the metals, fuel, you name it, everything went in there. And we lived like that probably for about 6 or 7 months in the middle of the desert. And eventually, Desert Shield kind of turned into Desert Storm, and we were going to have to physically remove Saddam Hussein from Kuwait. And I'll talk about the 24th Infantry's kind of unique mission here in just a minute. But we were told ahead of Desert Storm, and I will quote from our battle plan, chemical or biological munition storage bunkers are suspected in the vicinity of Talil Air Base, which is in the heart of Iraq, not Kuwait. Battle positions 101, 102, and 103 that we were to take near the city of Nasiriyah. They were expected to have chemical or biological munition storage. And part of the challenge when we talk about the destruction of chemical weapons in Iraq is that Iraq had purchased chemical weapons and canisters and artillery rounds and mortar rounds from all over the world. What that actually meant to the soldier on the ground is that there were no standardized marking systems for Iraq to use for chemical versus conventional munitions. Even worse than that, Iraq had been very haphazard in how they handled chemical weapons. You know, United States soldiers are very particular and very regimented in how we deal with weapon systems. Iraq was not. They stored chemical weapons adjacent to conventional munitions. And that led to some problems. Now, the unique mission of the 24th Infantry Division, and some reporters called it the world's greatest cavalry charge, because we moved further, faster, and with more firepower than Patton did with his Third Army across Europe. This red line kind of signifies the 24th Infantry Division. And here's Al-Nasiriyah and Talil Air Base. That's where we were expecting to run into chemical weapons. And we did. Not from the use of Iraq, but the weapons were all over the battlefield. The artillery canisters, the mortar rounds. So we made quite a run. Our mission specifically was to get behind the Republican Guards. Remember, the Republican Guards were in Kuwait. Our mission as a 24th Infantry Division was to get behind the Republican Guards so that they could not escape back into Iraq to become a problem in the future. When we moved through Talil Air Base, as well as those battle positions, some other follow-on units began the destruction of some Iraqi ammunition supply points. And my unit was there for a little bit, and then we moved on. We actually happened to move on downwind, which was a problem. But the destruction of munitions started near Qamishiyah, Iraq, and there's a lot of studies on this now, and I'll mention just a little bit about the intelligence here in just a minute. But that ammunition supply point included sarin and cyclosarin nerve agents. And you can just see the environment that we're operating in, just dense clouds of smoke, just a haze. This is a picture of me, my driver, and my radio operator, just smack in the middle of what we didn't know at the time. It was chemical weapons. So in 1997, the CIA began to declassify some reports that said, yes, there were sarin gas and cyclosarin gas demolitions that took place at Camisea. And oh, by the way, they might not be marked. Well, soldiers on the ground don't get that level of intelligence. We were told to destroy weapons, and the follow-on units behind us were told to destroy anything of military value. And we did, and the other units did too, unknowing what was actually in those weapon systems. Here's some kind of interesting pictures. They bring back some actually fond memories. This is me standing in front of a Humvee, and the Humvee looks tan. The Humvee is actually green, and the Humvee behind it is also green. But they look tan just because of the dirt, the dust, the sand, and the charcoal, because we lived in chemical suits for months. That charcoal just permeates your skin. It just gets everywhere. And the dust and the dirt were everywhere. And you can imagine with an armored division running all over the place, with fire maneuver, just with explosions and artillery blast, there's just a constant stir of particulate in the air in which we operated in. And you can just tell by how dirty my driver and our radio operator are there. In a nutshell, there's a lot of studies, again, about the types of exposures that happened during the Gulf War. Well, a lot of our munitions, our own munitions, especially that we shoot out of M1 tanks, consist of depleted uranium. But as we moved through an area, we would try to clear vehicles. So we would have soldiers climbing in vehicles that had just been destroyed with depleted uranium. Besides the infectious diseases, the smoke from oil well fires, polybromide pills, which are a prophylactic drug for nerve agent that all of us took, heat injuries, the burn pits that we operated for 6 or 7 months, the destruction of chemical and biological weapons agents at Camisea. This is a pretty dirty environment, as you can imagine. Experimental vaccinations for anthrax, the CARC paint that was used on military vehicles, the repeated constant concussive forces of shock or shooting artillery rounds, which nowadays we know to lead to traumatic brain injuries, the constant diesel fuel, and actually to keep some of the dust down in some bivouac areas, we would actually just spray diesel fuel onto the sand to hold the dust down. Little did we know later on how much trouble that was going to cause. Pesticides, including what I do not believe is used anymore is ZIP, but ZIP kills bugs on contact. It's not like off or something like that that's allowed to be used in the United States. ZIP it's a deadly force. Toxic embedded fragments, a lot of occupational hazards. It was a dirty, rough environment to operate in. But soldiers on the ground, we're so focused on the mission, so focused on trying to do what we need to do to complete the mission and watch out for the guy and watch out for the gal on our left, that you don't really think about these things when you're doing it. In hindsight, 30 years later, and we really are on the 30-year anniversary of Desert Shield and Desert Storm, 30 years later, those things have really started to take a consequence on soldiers' health. Myself included, with problems with chronic fatigue, cognitive issues, pulmonary issues, chronic migraines, functional GI problems, as well as PTSD. And I'm no different from other soldiers. I happen to be in a particularly bad spot just because of the chemical weapons exposures, demolitions. But you can see that as I try to paint a picture of what it's like for a soldier on the ground, it is a complex problem. And I truly appreciate some of the research that's gone into the problems, trying to solve what is turning out to be complex physiological traits in the way that individual soldiers react to these things. Having said that, I'd like to turn it over to Amy, who will talk about some of the research and some of the efforts she has been pursuing for quite some while.
Thanks, Greg, and thank you for that really revealing look into what it was like to be there. It was really, in the photos and everything, really helped to capture it. I also want to say thank you to Professors Drake and Filbert for having me here again. Every year, the symposium really takes a deep dive into issues that are really very important to veterans and their advocates, and I'm really honored to be a part of it again, so thank you. I'm going to talk a little bit about what the courts have done in this area. But before we can really understand what the courts have done, we have to understand what the statute and regulation that we're going to be talking about are. So, oops. Oh, I got to move back here. Yikes. Okay, so in 1994, Congress passed what the legislation that can be found at 38 USC 1117. Like Greg was talking about, there were just so many exposures that folks had who were in the, I'm going to call it the first Persian Gulf War, both known and unknown at the time that this legislation was passed. And people were coming home from the Persian Gulf with clusters of symptoms that couldn't really be attributed. Medicine really couldn't attribute it to any like known clinical diagnosis. So in 1994, Congress enacted what is been codified, like I said, at 1117, which provides for presumptive service connection, meaning the law will step in and presume that a veteran's disability is related to his or her service in the Persian Gulf War, well, technically in Southwest Asia during the Persian Gulf War, if certain qualifications are met. The first being that the veteran has an undiagnosed illness, which can be either signs or symptoms that are unable to be attributed to a known clinical diagnosis, or what's called a medically unexplained chronic multi-symptom illness. So you can see I even have difficulty saying that, having worked with that term for a really long time. So we in the field like to just call it a MUCME. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later. And the VA's implementing regulation is found at 38 CFR 3.317, which provides a pretty complex regulatory scheme for determining whether a veteran of Southwest Asia has an undiagnosed illness or a MUCME. So the first case I want to talk about here is Cox versus McDonald. This is a case that looked at which veterans are eligible for this presumption of service connection. Mr. Cox had served in the Army from 2007 to 2010, including service in Afghanistan. So I want to take actually a little quick pit stop there. Fun fact, according to federal law, the Persian Gulf War has not yet ended. I guess it's not really that fun, but it is a fact. So when we think about, Gulf War illness and the Persian Gulf War, we tend to think about the conflict that Greg was involved in the early 1990s. But in fact, technically, the Persian Gulf War is still ongoing. So these presumptions that are found in 1117 and 3.317 apply also to veterans who recently served in Southwest Asia as part of Operation Iraqi Freedom and any other kind of global war against terrorism campaigns that took place in the Southwest Asia theater of operations. So Mr. Cox's case was about what is the Southwest Asia theater of operations. It seems that it might include Afghanistan, since veterans who served in Iraq during the most recent conflicts were pretty much exposed to the same kinds of environmental hazards as were veterans who served in Afghanistan. So in 2010, Mr. Cox filed a claim for knee and back pain, and the board denied the claim, finding that he had to establish a connection between his knee and back disabilities and his service, which is what all veterans have to do who aren't eligible for a presumption of service connection, like veterans who served in Southwest Asia during the Persian Gulf War are under these two provisions we just talked about, 1117 and 3.317. So Mr. Cox appealed the VA's decision, arguing that he's entitled to these presumptions under 1117 and 3.317 because Afghanistan is Southwest Asia. The court disagreed based on there's a part of 1117 that provides that VA should issue regulations that define the geographic location of service that qualifies under the statute. So we know from Cox that Afghanistan is not part of Southwest Asia for purposes of determining whether a veteran is eligible for the presumption of service connection for an undiagnosed illness. But keep in mind that Afghanistan is considered Southwest Asia for purposes of determining whether, well, maybe that's not precise, but Afghanistan does get a presumption under 3.317 for infectious diseases. The VA has determined, based on IOM studies, that veterans who served in Afghanistan and in Southwest Asia were both exposed to infectious diseases. And so if a veteran is later diagnosed with one of those diseases during a certain time, he or she will be entitled to presumptive service connection, doesn't have to prove a link. And that is a presumption that's in 3.317 that applies to veterans of Afghanistan. So the next case I'm going to talk about is Gutierrez versus, well, it's actually Gutierrez versus Nicholson. And this is one of the very first cases to come out of the Veterans Court that dealt with the Gulf War presumptions, is what I'm going to call them. And you can see the date of this decision is 2004. So a full decade after Congress passed 1117. And this is kind of what the trend was in this area for a long time. So far, there have really only been 7 cases that speak directly to application of the statute and regulation. And all but 2 of those cases were decided in the past 6 years. So veterans and their advocates had to go a long time without a whole lot of guidance from the courts about how to apply these presumptions. But this was the very first case that took a comprehensive view of at least what it is to have an undiagnosed illness. So Mr. Gutierrez served in the Army from 87 to 91, including in the Persian Gulf War. And he came home with symptoms of joint, muscle pain, fatigue, dizziness, loss of concentration, kind of, those clusters of symptoms that really couldn't be attributed to any specific medical diagnosis. So he filed a claim under 1117 for service connection for an undiagnosed illness due to whatever he was exposed to in Southwest Asia. And the board denied the claim, finding that he had to prove a connection between his service and his undiagnosed illness. And the Veterans Court found that that was not right, that, as we just discussed, Congress actually provided a presumption of service connection because it is difficult, if not impossible, for veterans to be able to prove a medical link between their symptoms and what they were exposed to in Southwest Asia. And you can understand why, because we're not even really that clear who was exposed to what in Southwest Asia, especially in the first Gulf War. So Gutierrez also went a little further and said, a veteran also doesn't have to have objective medical evidence of the symptoms, of the cluster of symptoms. Lay evidence could qualify, including statements from a veteran's families and friends. So that was a really important, the most important case in this area until pretty recently. Joyner versus McDonald came out of the Federal Circuit in 2014, so 10 years after Gutierrez, 20 years after the passage of 1117. And it reiterated what the Veterans Court already made clear in Gutierrez. So this was a Marine who served in the Persian Gulf War. And if I'm remembering correctly, because I was involved in this case, he was actually in Iraq in Operation Iraqi Freedom. And so then he filed a claim for neck and back pain, among other disabilities. And the board denied the claim, finding no diagnosed neck condition. In other words, they didn't even consider 1117 or 3.317. They treated it like a regular service connection claim without really considering the fact that he was, in fact, a veteran who served in Southwest Asia in the Persian Gulf War. So we got, Mr. Joyner got a Veterans Court decision in that case that found that pain alone could not be a disability, even for purposes of 1117. So Joyner took that up to the Federal Circuit, and the question was, does pain alone qualify as an undiagnosed illness under 1117? Keep in mind that the statute expressly says that pain could be a joint or muscle pain could be manifestations of an undiagnosed illness. And at the Federal Circuit, which is the superior court to the Veterans Court, the Department of Justice argued, well, yeah, I guess pain alone could be a disability, but he has to have a diagnosis of an undiagnosed illness, which is just absurd, right? I mean, undiagnosed illness doesn't really exist in medicine. No doctor is going to diagnose somebody with undiagnosed illness, right? That's just not a thing. All we need to know from a doctor is whether the veteran's pain can be attributed to a known clinical diagnosis. If a doctor says no, then that's it. It's a qualifying disability under 1117, and the veteran is entitled to presumptive service connection so long as all the other elements are met. Another argument that was made in this case by the government is that in order for pain to be a qualifying disability, a doctor has to rule out all other causes. They have to be completely ruled out. And the Federal Circuit also disagreed with that. This is a pro-veteran system where the veteran need only prove entitlement to benefits under the benefit of the doubt doctrine, meaning if there's an equipoise of evidence, the benefit of the doubt goes to the veteran. So requiring absolutely conclusive evidence that the veteran's pain couldn't be attributed to any specific diagnosis is inconsistent with that system. So Stankovich versus Nicholson is another case that came out of the Veterans Court that really emphasizes that the essence of an undiagnosed illness is that it's undiagnosed. This is another veteran who served in the Army in the Gulf War. He filed a claim for Gulf War syndrome, which is what a lot of veterans understand this this phenomenon to be, but the law understands it as an undiagnosed illness. There are two ways of saying basically the same thing. Again, this veteran suffered from pain, looks like widespread body pain. And the board denied the claim, not because the board determined that he had to prove a nexus between his disability and service like they did in Gutierrez, or because, you know, pain alone couldn't be enough to establish a disability, as the Veterans Court did in Joyner. Instead, the board denied this claim based on another criterion that must be met under the statute and regulation, which is that the disability, the pain in this case, has to be at least 10% disabling, applying VA's rating schedule. So then, but the problem a lot of times with that rule is that the rating schedule lists diagnoses, right? It lists a bunch of disability ratings that you can get for specific diagnoses. But what is an undiagnosed illness? It's not a diagnosed illness. So there's not really, sometimes it can be difficult to apply the rating schedule. And that's what happened here. Given that this veteran suffered from joint pain, the board looked at the rating schedule and said, well, this sounds a lot like arthritis. So we'll see if he can get a 10% rating based on the diagnostic code for arthritis. But then they looked at the arthritis diagnostic code and saw that it requires X-ray evidence of arthritis. Well, guess what? This veteran didn't have X-ray evidence of arthritis because he didn't have arthritis. He had an undiagnosed illness involving the joints. Nonetheless, the board found that the veteran couldn't get service connection under 1117 because his disability wasn't 10% rated, 10% disabling using the rating schedule. Mr. Stankovich appealed to the Veterans Court, who vacated the board's decision, holding, as I said, the essence of an undiagnosed illness is that it's not diagnosed. So when VA performs the analysis of whether a veteran's undiagnosed illness is manifested to a degree of 10% or more, it has to find a diagnosed illness in the rating schedule that is analogous to the claimed disability and cannot deny the claim because he doesn't have the diagnosis. And I know that sounds really circular, but hopefully you're with me here. Now let's fast forward to 2018, Stewart versus Wilkie. This was a case that came out of my firm. And this deals with the really, I mean, I'm sure, I don't doubt that everything that I've been talking about so far sounds complicated, but now we're really getting into the complicated stuff because this is about the medically unexplained chronic multi-symptom illness, the MUCMI. And unlike an undiagnosed illness, a MUCMI by definition is a diagnosed illness. But it's a diagnosed illness that doesn't have a conclusive pathophysiology or etiology. That's what the regulation defines a MUCMI as. And the statute itself actually lists some diagnosed illnesses that are considered MUCMIs. They include fibromyalgia, irritable bowel syndrome, and chronic fatigue syndrome. And what those three disabilities have in common is that they all have they're all defined by a cluster of symptoms, right? IBS is a cluster of gastrointestinal symptoms, and chronic fatigue syndrome and fibromyalgia are both defined by a cluster of symptoms involving fatigue, joint pain. Sometimes with chronic fatigue, you see fevers. But the law isn't limited to those three diagnoses. The regulation makes clear that other diagnosed illnesses are considered a MUCMI as long as they meet the criteria of not having a conclusive pathophysiology or a conclusive etiology. So Stewart versus Wilkie involved that question. Mr. Stewart served in, looks like, Operation Iraqi Freedom, where we know for sure he was exposed to burn pits, but we don't know what else he was exposed to. We don't know exactly what were in those burn pits. In 2005, he was diagnosed with asthma, which is actually something that we see pretty common with veterans of both Afghanistan and OIF. He filed a claim for disability benefits. The board denied it, finding that it could not be a MUCMI because it was a partially understood etiology. In other words, we kind of knew what the etiology was. Etiology meaning what it was caused by, what was the cause. So the question was, to be a MUCME, is it enough? Can the board deny it just because there's a partially understood etiology? Or if we have evidence that the pathophysiology is not conclusive, is that enough? In other words, is it a MUCME if it has both conclusive pathophysiology and conclusive etiology? Or is it a MUCME if only one of those things is inconclusive? And the court agreed with Mr. Stewart that under VA's own definition of a MUCME, a condition without one of those things, conclusive pathophysiology or conclusive etiology, is a MUCME. So in this case, in Mr. Stewart's case, his asthma had one of those, and it seems like it was a conclusive etiology or partially understood etiology, but it was unclear whether the pathophysiology was conclusive, and therefore it could potentially be a MUCME. And the case was sent back to VA for more findings on that question. Goodman versus Shulkin is a Federal Circuit decision also dealing with MUCMEs. That veteran served in the Army during the first Gulf War, and his diagnosed disability was rheumatoid arthritis. VA got a medical examiner's opinion there that Mr. Goodman's rheumatoid arthritis was not of an unknown pathophysiology or etiology. In other words, the examiner stated in Mr. Goodman's case that it was known what caused the rheumatoid arthritis and what the pathophysiology of the rheumatoid arthritis was. So Mr. Goodman took that all the way up to the Federal Circuit, arguing that a medical examiner couldn't make a determination as to whether something was a MUCME. But the Federal Circuit disagreed and held that whether a particular veteran's diagnosed illness is a MUCME is a individualized medical determination. So just because this examiner said in Mr. Goodman's case that rheumatoid arthritis wasn't a MUCME in his case, doesn't mean that rheumatoid arthritis isn't a MUCME in somebody else's case. So the lesson from this case is that whether something is a MUCME is a highly individualized medical inquiry. So the last case is Atencio versus O'Rourke. This is just a couple years ago. And this had to do with a type of MUCME identified in the regulation called, and we call them FGIDs, which is short for a functional gastrointestinal disorder. So the difference between functional gastrointestinal disorders, which are MUCMEs, and structural gastrointestinal disorders, as I understand it from the reg, is that if you did some diagnostic testing on a veteran and you could see in her body what was causing the gastrointestinal disturbance, that is a structural problem. That is a structural functional gastrointestinal disability. But if you did the same imaging on a veteran with the same symptoms and couldn't identify something in her body that was causing the disturbance, that's a functional problem. And that's an FGID, and that's a MUCME. So Atencio served in the Air Force during the first Gulf War and had a diagnosis of GERD. VA says in the regulation that GERD, which is gastro something reflux disease, is not an FGID. It's a structural gastrointestinal disorder, and therefore is not considered a MUCME. But Atencio appealed that determination by the board, arguing that there's actually two paths to MUCME. It was a highly technical argument. I'm not going to get into the details of it, but the holding was, the regulation says clearly that structural gastrointestinal disabilities are not MUCMEs because you can see in the diagnostic criteria what caused it. So that's what we know so far from the courts about how to apply these two really complicated and complex regulatory and statutory provisions. But, you know, as everything kind of goes in veterans law, these issues are constantly being explored at the agency and at the courts. And I suspect that we're going to see a lot more case law come out on it in the future. And probably from the Missouri Veterans Law Clinic with Angela and her great students. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Angela.
Thanks, Amy. I'm glad you introduced MUCMEs to our audience. So I wish that we could all be in a room together, and I would ask you all to say MUCME with me as a chorus. I want to share more about MUCMEs and a project that student Emily Miller and I have been working on really hard this semester. We've really sort of dived in on how VA handles Gulf War claims. And the reason we did that is because we get so many denial letters and VA gets it wrong so often that we really wanted to understand the legislation more and the thinking of Congress. So what I want to present first is a lot of us use the words Gulf War illness as sort of the moniker for what our veterans present with. In other words, we'll have our clients come in and they'll complain about joint pain, headaches, stomach issues. But again, it's not diagnosed. It's the undiagnosed illness that Amy just talked about in her presentation, which Congress said, if a veteran has an undiagnosed illness, VA, you need to pay them. Yet time and again, those veterans are getting denials. When there's a cluster of those types of undiagnosed symptoms, it's often called Gulf War illness. And it is currently not recognized by VA as its own distinct illness. So in other words, if a veteran has a cluster of symptoms, VA is not going to necessarily rate it as Gulf War illness. Instead, VA is going to try and pigeon it into an undiagnosed illness or try and pigeon it into the MUCME that Amy described. This will get clearer as the presentation goes on. VA then has to go through its rating code, which is found in this book we use all the time, to find the right way to rate it. And we think there's an easier way for VA to go about it. And we feel, at least in the clinic, we're going to be advocating that VA has to make some changes to the regulations, because in 2017, the GAO, which is the Governmental Accounting Office, they're like sort of like the Inspector General. They go in and do audits and look at things very carefully. And they found that VA denied 83% of Gulf War claims from 2010 to 2015. That is a staggering statistic. And it's especially staggering because Congress has on several occasions written into the statute ways to make it easier for Gulf War veterans to get money. Recall the circumstances that Greg Beer described to you when he was over marching across the desert. They were burning everything. They had vaccines and nobody really knew what was in those vaccines. They were exposed to pesticides. They were exposed to all sorts of things that we don't understand the ramifications of the exposures. And Congress wanted VA to recognize that it was going to be very hard for veterans to prove those exposures and to prove that their symptoms were related to the exposures. So unfortunately, what we're seeing in the claims is VA is denying these claims over and over again, even though Congress has tried to make it easier for those veterans to receive their disability compensation. The GAO report found that on average, it takes 4 months longer to process the claims than any others. Specific issues that were identified in the 2017 GAO report include a finding that Gulf War illness is just not well understood. because of the variety of symptoms that the veteran will present with. The report also found that VA examiners and adjudicators are not well trained. So GAO, as it does, as part of its job, it makes recommendations. And it required, or recommended that VA require that there be special training for the CNP examiners, the medical examiners. And actually that has occurred. And some of the CNP examiners go through a Gulf War worksheet. There is training on that. GAO did recommend that VA improve its decision letters so that veterans would understand why they were denied and what they needed to do to get a grant of benefits. And GAO, this is very important, specifically recommended that VA develop a plan to establish a single Gulf War illness case definition. In other words, recognize that there is a thing that is Gulf War illness. It's actually a disease or a disability. Importantly, VA did agree with GAO recommendations. So along comes the National Academy of Sciences, which has always been there. If you look back at Vietnam and the Agent Orange presumptions, our students know that those presumptions have come about because the Institute of Medicine, now called the National Academy of Sciences, actually reviewed studies and informed VA as to what diseases are related to the exposure to Agent Orange. So for example, we know that diabetes or Parkinson's is related to being exposed to Agent Orange. The same process occurred with respect to studying the symptoms that Gulf War veterans were presenting with. And this is very important. In 2013, the National Academy told VA that there is a sufficient association between service in the Gulf and chronic multi-symptom illness. Chronic multi-symptom illness is sometimes referred to as Gulf War illness or Gulf War syndrome. So here we have the National Academy of Sciences telling VA that there is an association between service in the Gulf and the chronic multi-symptom illness. So it's very, again, really important because the NAS studies are what VA uses to determine if there's going to be a presumption, which makes it easier for the veteran to get their VA disability claim approved. So why does all of this matter? It matters because there were so many problems that GAO identified in their report. The adjudications were coming out wrong. They were taking too long. So if we can prevail in our position that chronic multi-symptom illness is its own diagnostic entity, and it should be called Gulf War illness, that means that VA is going to or should recognize it as a presumptive illness, and it should have a diagnostic code. So for those of you who help veterans, you know the diagnostic code is what we look up in the regulation to find the rating schedule to make the adjudication go more smoothly. If all that happens, it should go much more smoothly for a Gulf War veterans. And this is something that advocates have been calling for a long time. There's plenty of congressional testimony on that point. VA's response to the NAS report was, we don't have to recognize Gulf War illness or chronic multi-symptom illness because we have MUCMEs, okay? They're like, we already do that. It's called a MUCME. That is an incorrect analysis. CMI and MUCME are two different things. And Emily and I, actually Emily, came up with this wonderful Venn diagram to illustrate how CMI or Gulf War illness is different than a MUCME. A MUCME is merely a description of a category of illness. So, for example, Amy Odom just described chronic fatigue, irritable bowel syndrome. Those are MUCMEs because they are medically unexplained chronic multi-symptom illnesses. They fall within that category, just as Gulf War illness falls into that category. It is a distinct illness. NAS said this is its own illness. It's just so critical to understand that. It's its own illness, should have its own diagnostic code, and it is a MUCME, just as chronic fatigue syndrome is a MUCME. So this is important because there are all sorts of symptoms that are not captured in the other MUCMEs. So if you look at chronic fatigue syndrome, which is a MUCME and which many Gulf War veterans have, it does not account for all of the symptoms that a veteran who has Gulf War illness may present with. So for example, chronic fatigue syndrome and looking at those symptoms does not account for the GI problems or the skin problems or the respiratory symptoms or the neurological symptoms that a Gulf War veteran may have, which is problematic because all symptoms deserve to be compensated for. So we need to recognize Gulf War illness as its own illness with its own diagnostic code so that all of the various symptoms can be rated fairly for the veteran. Okay, so these are the differences between a MUCME and a chronic multi-symptom illness to drive home the point a little bit more. A MUCME is a broad category of illnesses that is a cluster of symptoms that are chronic and medically unexplained. It includes chronic fatigue, irritable bowel, fibromyalgia, and those are only examples. There could be other MUCMEs. Chronic multi-symptom illness or Gulf War illness is indeed a distinct illness because NAS said it is, so it should have a diagnostic entity and it needs to be rated as such. So the future issue, we believe, is going to be how do you rate it? And that is one of the things that we're talking about in the clinic and how we would propose the rating schedule to look. So for those of you watching the symposium today, look forward to a petition for rulemaking that hopefully we can convince VA to take a good hard look at this and issue a proposed regulation so that all of the stakeholders can weigh in and help everyone get the best rating schedule possible for Gulf War illness. So that's what we've been working on. And now I'd like to turn it over to Jim Binns, who again chaired the Gulf War Research Advisory Committee and has some information to share with us today.
Thank you, Angela, and thank you all for your interest in Gulf War veterans' health and benefits. Just to take a step back for a minute before I get into my part of the talk, I was really moved by Judge Davis's opening statements that we are losing the war in terms of how effectively we as a country are taking care of veterans. And the quote that he mentioned from one of the people that he cited an article from, delay, deny, and wait till they die, is certainly a statement I've heard from many Gulf War veterans. To go back to sort of the view from 50,000 feet of the Gulf War, it has been well explained by the previous speakers, but the number of veterans who went to that war, who came home ill, it deserves reemphasis. Fully 250,000 of the almost 700,000 who went to war came home ill. That's from VA's own studies. And the symptoms that they have, if you look at them in isolation, fatigue, joint pain, memory loss. These may sound like things that we all experience, particularly as we get older, and you just learn to live with them. These are, in Gulf War illness, these are experienced to a debilitating degree. These are major life-affecting issues. And virtually all of the Gulf War veterans I have known, and I started being chairman of the committee in 2002 and did it until 2014, and I've continued to pay attention to and follow their work. They have all lost their jobs. They've all become unable to hold their full-time occupations, and many of them have died. So this is a very serious condition. It's affecting a great number of Gulf War veterans and has from the beginning. And sadly, what we see is an effort, a consistent effort of Congress to come up with ways of addressing this problem. And in the case of VA, generally finding ways around what Congress has plainly wanted to do. So these are complicated systems, as Angela just went through, and Amy, legally. And you shouldn't be. It wasn't intended to be that way by Congress, as I think you will see in a moment. I mean, first of all, just to go back, they came back with an illness that they called that couldn't be diagnosed. So Congress said, okay, compensate them for undiagnosed illnesses. Well, they've gotten around that. How? Mostly because doctors are trained to compensate people or to diagnose illnesses. So that automatically excludes undiagnosed illnesses. Then you get to the chronic multi-symptom illnesses. Well, as Angela just pointed out, when the National Academy of Sciences issued a clear finding that was related to Gulf War service, VA found a way of saying, oh no, we already do that somehow. And now I'd like to talk about the third system, which Congress attempted to set up, which is to use National Academy of Sciences reports to address the health problems of Gulf War veterans. And the National Academy of Sciences is an independent organization. It's established by Congress in 1863. And it has two functions. One is honorific. If you're a member of the National Academy of Sciences, it means you've achieved the pinnacle of your possible career in American medical science or other fields of science in the United States. And what they do is they are commissioned occasionally to write reports by different organizations. If you want to report on what the state of science is in a subject, you can ask the National Academy of Sciences, and they will assemble a committee of people, not people who are experts in that particular field generally, but people who are recognized as competent scientists. And they'll study the subject matter and tell you what, by doing a literature review, what the science is up until this point in time on that subject. They don't do original research themselves, they do literature reviews. The organization receives no government subsidy. However, 80% of its budget does come from government contracts. And those of you who have employed consulting organizations know that the first job of a consulting organization is to please its client. So sometimes the National Academy of Sciences produces wonderful work, as we just heard from Amy. Sometimes it's too interested to please its client. And as Amy pointed out, or as Angela pointed out, the first example of using the National Academy of Sciences to address veterans' health issues was in 1994, when Congress asked it to look at whether the chemicals in Agent Orange cause illness. And this was after, as you all will recall, 20 years of consistent government denials that Agent Orange caused veterans' health problems. The National Academy of Sciences found that it was connected to 3 illnesses, and over the years, it has been extended to others. And to his credit, the then VA Secretary adopted a presumption covering those illnesses, and VA has added to that presumption with other illnesses in the future. So in 1998, Congress sought to follow that same precedent and have the National Academy of Sciences contract for reports on Gulf War exposures. It required the NAS to identify illnesses that were more prevalent in Gulf War veterans, and that included diagnosed and undiagnosed illnesses. It listed 33 toxic agents, environmental wartime hazards, or preventive medicines or vaccines associated with Gulf War service, pretty much the same list that you saw earlier from Greg. And those are right in the statute. The NIS didn't have to go find them. They were prescribed by Congress. The statutory scheme was very interesting. It said for each of these substances, the National Academy of Sciences shall determine whether a statistical association exists between the exposure to the agent and the illness. And that's looking at the increased risk of the illness among human or animal populations exposed to the agent and other factors. The law also directed that the Secretary shall prescribe that a presumption of service connectedness is warranted if he determines that a positive association exists between the exposure of humans or animals to the agent and the occurrence of a diagnosed or undiagnosed illness in humans or animals. Now let's look at a couple of aspects of this legislative scheme because it's very, very well written, very clear. First, there's no requirement that we determine what exposure levels the troops received. And that's because Congress knew that material, that information did not exist. Nobody was on the battlefield taking exposure measurements, either in Vietnam or in the Gulf War. So this legislative system is to remedy that, to act in place of that. And it simply asks if there is a statistical association between an agent and an illness that exists in these veterans to a greater extent than one would expect. And most importantly, it asks that the National Academy of Science and the Secretary both look at humans and animals for their evidence of what these toxic exposures can do. The reason that's so important is that the vast majority of studies of toxic substances are necessarily done in animals. You cannot ethically put a group of humans in a room and expose them to sarin or to some toxic pesticide and see what happens to them. The only time you get a human study is when some terrible accident has occurred and somebody tries to study it after the fact, which is obviously difficult to do. So the vast majority of the literature on these toxic substances, what tells us that they're toxic in the first place, comes from studying animals. So Congress having put that in the law, the first example of a report from the National Academy of Sciences under the law was Gulf War and Health, Volume 1, and it studied those agents that you see there. It took about a third of the 33 that had been prescribed, and they put them in the first report, which was published in 2000. And they wrote about all of those subjects, but then they got to the conclusions, and they applied what they called the categories of association. And these categories define different levels of relationships between the illness and the agents. And one is sufficient evidence of a causal relationship. The next is sufficient evidence of an association. And then you get to limited, suggestive evidence of an association, inadequate, insufficient evidence, and so on. And you'll remember that under the statute, you had to have sufficient evidence of an association in order to trigger a presumption. And how did they define sufficient evidence? Here's the definition at the bottom, and you'll see in part it reads, a positive association has been observed between an exposure to a specific agent and a health outcome in human studies. Just human studies. What happened to animals? Well, the Agent Orange report that was sort of the basis for all of these studies, this legislative scheme, it just spoke about looking at studies. But Congress in the 1998 Gulf War law was very careful to specify, as you saw, both human or animal studies, knowing that most of the literature dealt with animal studies. But then in the Gulf War reports, the National Academy of Sciences went just the opposite direction, and it narrowed it down to looking only at human studies in the conclusions. So considering only human studies, the committee did not find sufficient evidence of an association for any of the substances that it looked at. And that is very simply explained that there are no human studies in most of these cases. For example, this is a quote from page 11 of that volume 1. There are no well-controlled studies of long-term health effects in humans exposed to sarin at doses that do not produce acute signs and symptoms, low-level exposures. Now, the committee chair was quoted in the press release as saying, "We'd like to give veterans and their families definitive answers, but the evidence simply is not strong enough." And the president of the Institute of Medicine was quoted as saying much the same thing in the New York Times that day. And you'll see why I showed you these quotes, because 6 weeks ago, the chairman of another National Academy of Sciences committee said almost exactly the same thing when they came out with a study that could not find sufficient evidence. So even though this is ancient history that I'm describing to you, it is very much in effect today. Now, a couple of years later, and by this time I had started to be involved in this, our committee had been appointed by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs. It was a committee that was mandated by Congress because they were not happy with the job that VA was doing to address the health problems of Gulf War veterans. So in 2002, a number of studies were published that were done in animals, paid for and sponsored by the Department of Defense, because they wanted to know if indeed sarin at levels low enough to produce symptoms at the time of exposure could indeed cause long-term health effects, which was contrary to what was expected and believed at the time of the Gulf War. And VA Secretary Anthony Principi, who was a very good man, he appointed our committee, and he was very supportive, requested that the Institute of Medicine, the branch of the National Academy of Sciences on Medicine, report whether this new research affected its earlier conclusions. However, when the committee, the National Academy of Sciences committee, got to the conclusion after writing up all of the information about these new animal studies, they used the same categories of evidence, considering only human studies, even though animal studies were the only reason for doing the report. And you get a finding that there is inadequate or insufficient evidence to conclude that the long-term health effects exist, even though that was the purpose of ordering the report, the finding that they do exist in animals. Now, why was the National Academy of Sciences so committed to studying or to considering only human studies? Is this some sort of inviolate scientific principle that was at work here, or is it something else? Well, we found out a few years later when Congress held a hearing at the VA Oversight and Investigations, the House VA Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee held a hearing on this, and they requested documentation behind this study, including a March 11th, 2003 letter from the executive director of the Institute of Medicine to the director of the VA Environmental Agents Service. And the letter said that they were attaching a proposal which follows a request from Secretary Anthony Principi and discussions with yourself requesting an update of the health effects of sarin. And the proposal, which was attached, included this language. This is, again, a proposal before the study was conducted, before the report was made by the Institute of Medicine. The committee will make determinations on the strength of the evidence for associations between sarin and human health effects. So before the committee had ever met, they had decided, the staffs, that it would only look at human health effects in the conclusion. And the proposal goes on to say, if published peer-reviewed information is available on the dose of sarin exposure in Gulf War veterans, the committee may address the potential health risks posed to the veterans. Well, it was well known, and in fact, it had been referenced in the previous Gulf War and Health report, that there is no specific data on the doses of sarin exposure. As I said earlier, this whole legislative scheme is to remedy the fact that there wasn't anyone out there making those dose measurements. So what you have here is, in effect, before the committee ever was appointed, before they sat down and listened or read one paper, the two staffs had, in effect, put in the fix. And there was no way that this report was going to come out anything other than what it did. When this all came out several years later, the director of the VA Environmental Agent Service lost his job over it, but nothing was done to rectify the reports that had come out before or since, which are limited to human studies only. And you can track them through the years. This was volume 2 of Gulf War and Health. It looked at insecticides and solvents, found inadequate, insufficient evidence. Volume 3, looking at fuels, combustion products, propellants, inadequate, insufficient evidence, right on up to volume 11, which was just 2 years ago, looking at generational health effects of serving in the Gulf War. Conclusion, insufficient evidence. Now, would it really have made any difference to consider animal studies? To look at that, I find that it's most compelling to consider another National Academy of Sciences report on burn pits. And burn pits have been mentioned several times, so I won't reiterate what they are. But in 2011, the National Academy of Sciences took a look at the long-term health consequences of burn pits. And in the early pages, it looks rather grim. This is a quote from the report. Chemicals in all 3 major classes of chemicals detected at Joint Base Balad have been associated with long-term health effects. The effects have been found in many organs and systems, including adrenal glands, blood, lungs, liver, kidneys, stomach, spleen, and cardiovascular, respiratory, reproductive, and central nervous systems. And it goes on to say the effects data on the other pollutants detected in more than 5% of the air samples included neurological effects, liver toxicity, cancer, respiratory toxicity, kidney, blood effects, cardiovascular, reproductive, and developmental toxicity. And you have to think, reading this, they finally get it. They finally are going to do something. But at the end of the report, the categories of evidence once again appear as the standards for reviewing the conclusions. And this sufficient evidence of association is still defined as limited to human studies. So they look at human studies, the same committee, and they say they review the health studies of military personnel exposed to the pits in Iraq and Afghanistan. However, few such studies were available. So the committee reviewed studies of civilian firefighters and incinerator workers. While they acknowledge that the results in those populations may not be generalizable to military personnel exposed to emissions from burn pits, but nonetheless, they reach their conclusions based on those populations. And of course, they find inadequate, insufficient evidence of an association between exposure to combustion products and cancer, respiratory disease, circulatory disease, neurologic disease, and adverse reproductive and developmental outcomes in those populations. Virtually the exact opposite of what they wrote in the first few pages of the report. And as I mentioned, just 6 weeks ago, there was a National Academy of Sciences report on respiratory health effects of airborne hazards exposures to both post 9/11 and Gulf War veterans using a slightly revised evidence of association, but essentially the same thing. The committee formulated a list of 27 health outcomes for their literature review. Of these outcomes, none met the criteria for sufficient evidence of an association. The committee chair, Mark Utel, as saying, the current uncertainty should not be interpreted as meaning the association. Rather, the issue is the available data, that the available data are of insufficient quality to draw definitive conclusions. That is true of the available data on human studies, as it always will be. He suggested in the press comments that they try to do a better human study. Well, that's not the answer. The answer is clearly to follow the directive that Congress very clearly set out in the beginning of all this, that you should consider human and animal studies. These committees are being asked to walk into a library, and on one shelf, on one side of the room, there are shelves stacked with books on studies, the animal studies, and on the other side of the room, there are one or two books, mostly empty shelves with a few human studies, and they're only being allowed to consider the human studies. And the last slide I wanted to show you here. This is a quote from Albert Einstein that I happened to see on the wall of one of the National Academy of Sciences buildings in Washington. They have two beautiful marble buildings. And we were about to go in for a briefing on one of their reports and saw this. And it gave all of us who have been working on these kinds of issues a moment of irony, certainly. This is the quote from Albert Einstein. The right to search for truth implies also a duty. One must not conceal any part of what one has recognized to be true. Well, we hope that with the help of organizations like the Legal Clinic at the University of Missouri, we will be able to get the National Academy of Sciences and ultimately the VA to live up to the truth of Albert Einstein's words. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Jim. That was eye-opening again. And I've heard you speak and I've read the studies, and each time I hear it, I'm just taken aback that VA isn't doing what it should be doing to our veterans on behalf of a grateful nation, which is actually their mission, is to help veterans. So we're inspired by your work and your comments, and I thank you very much for being here. We're just very grateful that we met your acquaintance and we're able to dive into these issues. So we're running a little tight on time, but we do have one question that I'd like to pitch to Amy Odom about dealing with claims of Navy veterans who were off coast but still close enough to burn pits to suffer symptoms.
Yeah, so I think the question was, what about Navy vets who were off the coast but not close, and were off the coast close enough to burn pits? And the answer is the presumptions of service connection under the statute and the regulation would apply to those veterans so long as they are in one of the bodies of water surrounding the countries that are specifically listed in the regulation as comprising Southwest Asia. And those bodies of water are the Gulf of Aden, the Gulf of Oman, the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, and the Red Sea. So it doesn't even really matter how close the ships were to the coast or whether the veteran actually saw the burn pits. As long as he or she was in one of those bodies of water, they are considered to have been in Southwest Asia and therefore are eligible for application of the presumptions.
Thank you, Amy. I also want to remind everybody who's watching today that the program materials are available on the program webpage at law.mizzou.edu. So you're welcome to go there and print out all of today's materials. And with that, I think we're going to take a break, and then Professor Filbert will be back with Randall Rogers of Truman VA along with Heather Brown, and we'll hear more from Truman VA. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now ready for the last presentation for the day, and I'm really excited because the title of the symposium is Battles Won and Lost, and it's really to look at things that have gone well in terms of assisting veterans and things where there needs to be improvements and where there's problems. And so the last two presenters are from the Truman Veterans Hospital here in Columbia. And I'll tell you, I as a veteran, I get a lot of my health care at Truman, and it's always been a really positive experience for me, and it has a tremendous reputation. So we're going to hear from Heather Brown and Dr. Randall Rogers about how things, initiatives and things that they're doing at Truman to help veterans, and also where maybe the things can be improved or things can be looked at for the future. So let me introduce the two speakers, who I will tell you not only are they really smart and are going to be really interesting, but they're also friends of the Veterans Clinic, and we have a great relationship with both of them. I've done many, many things with them over the last few years. So first, I'll introduce Heather Brown. She is the Strategic Partnership Officer at Truman VA. She's been with VA for many, many years and has held several different positions. But her position right now really is the perfect one for her because it involves outreach to organizations outside of Truman VA to establish those relationships, to really leverage what VA does on the healthcare side and other organizations. And the Veterans Clinic has really been a beneficiary of that whole thing. And so Heather also takes all my stupid questions and answers them in a way which is, she doesn't actually make fun of me too much. She is a veteran herself, Army veteran. She served in Iraq after 9/11, and I know that had a big impact on her and her outlook in terms of helping veterans. So we'll welcome Heather. She's joined by the esteemed Dr. Randall Rogers, who's a clinical psychologist at Truman VA. He has been there for the past 12 years, and really substance abuse treatment is his primary area of focus. And also with the clinic, we have worked a lot with him in various ways over the last few years. So they're going to talk about Truman Healthcare. So I will turn over to them now.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having us today. I'm going to start out with the presentation. There we go. So today I'm going to give you just a very basic rundown of VA eligibility. And trust me when I say I could spend probably hours and hours talking about this, but for our purposes and for the time frame we have, I'm just going to go through. Now, if you have questions, please go ahead and put them in the comment box, and they will let us know towards the end so we can answer your questions. But really, I want to talk about the difference between the VHA and the VBA. So the Veterans Health Administration and Benefits Administration falls under the umbrella of the Department of Veterans Affairs. Now, a lot of people get us confused thinking that we're both the same, and we're actually not. The Healthcare Administration really only deals with the healthcare related needs that our veterans need. However, the Benefits Administration deals with the compensation and pension exams. They are the ones who deal and dole out the service connection ratings. They deal with the education programs, insurance programs, home loans, education, those kind of things. Now, as far as Truman VA, we're a 126-bed facility here in Columbia. We service 43 counties and one in Pike County, Illinois. And really, that's about 40,000 veterans. So it's a pretty big population. We have 8 outpatient clinics that do basic primary care, mental health care, and some specialties, located anywhere from Kirksville, Missouri at the top of the state, down to Marshfield at the bottom. The biggest question I get when I'm talking about outreach is, what is a veteran? What is the true definition? Because there's a lot of different things going around, and not everybody can understand or knows what our Veterans Healthcare Administration definition of a veteran is. So when I'm talking about a veteran is a person who served in the active military, armed force, naval, and they were discharged under conditions other than dishonorable, okay? Now, for our National Guard and Reservists, when I talk about a veteran, I'm talking about those who were called for a Title 10 or a federal service, and they were called up for something basically like the president is the one who's telling them to mobilize. So if it's a stateside order, that does not count towards the VA healthcare side of it. So really there are 4 major things that we look for in eligibility. So time in service, character of service, financial eligibility, and then my favorite category is the specialized eligibility. I'm going to go into these just a very little bit on each one. For the time and service requirements, prior to 1980, if you had 1 good day in active duty, then you're eligible for our benefit purposes for the time and service requirements. However, after 1980, you had to serve 24 consecutive months on active duty, or if you were Reserve or National Guard, you must have been called up and completed the full period of time that you were called up for. So if your orders were as a reservist for 6 months and you completed the 6 months, that gives you that time and service requirement without having those 24 consecutive months. So once we figure out that you've met the time frame requirements, the next thing we're going to look at is your category of discharge. Now, for our purposes, the only 2 that are acceptable for us to be able to treat you from the Veterans Health Administration are honorable and general. So if you have an other than honorable, a bad conduct, or dishonorable discharge, we're still going to work with you to try to get your discharges upgraded, or we'll send you to somebody like the vet clinic who can help you get a discharge upgrade. But for our purposes, they have to have an honorable or general. Now, for the other than honorable, they are eligible, even if they have an other than honorable, for mental health conditions. They have to be acute, but just remember, the VA will never turn away someone who has a mental health condition at this point. So we've met the time and service requirement, we've met the category of discharge, and now we come to the third one. And this, unfortunately, is where we lose a lot of our veterans, where we're not able to get them in the system. So the VA in 2003 determined that veterans whose income was over the national means test threshold were required to not be eligible for VA healthcare. Now, that doesn't mean they're not a veteran. They are a veteran for sure, but for our healthcare purposes, we're just saying they're not eligible to receive VA healthcare. The means test thresholds change every year, so we always encourage a veteran who maybe had too much income for the last income year, so for 2019, if their income changed for 2020, then we definitely want them to come in because we can do these every year. We look at gross household income, and so as you can see on here, for a veteran with a spouse, their combined household income can be no more than $41,000. That's not very much. What we can do, though, is work with them to see if their income can be brought down from their education, or their they have education expenses for the veteran or medical expenses. So anything that the veteran spends out of pocket, such as insurance premiums, if they've got medications, surgeries that they had to pay out of pocket for, eyeglasses, dental care, which is always very expensive, we can start to take that off of their total gross household income to see it falls below. Unfortunately, this is, like I said, where most of our veterans are not eligible to be in the system. This is where we also encourage them to speak to a service organization or to work with somebody like the Veterans Clinic to start that service connection process. Because if we can get them 10% service connected or more, they are eligible for VA healthcare services. So let's say we had a veteran who met the time in service, they met the character of service, they met the financial eligibility, then they would be eligible for VA healthcare. Now, remember I told you about my special favorite category, and that's the special eligibilities. These are the ones where when I see these on a DD-214, or if I'm talking to a veteran and can get this information, I get very excited, because these categories right here mean that I can bypass that financial area. So for instance, if they were a Purple Heart recipient, they are an automatic eligible as long as they had an honorable period of service. A Vietnam veteran, now they had to be boots on ground in Vietnam, they had to be a brown or blue water veteran, but as long as they meet those requirements, then their income does not preclude them from coming into the system. Same thing for Camp Lejeune. There was a water contamination in Camp Lejeune, so it was a specific period of time that veterans can come in and let us know that they served over there. They had to have served for 90 days on base, but if that's the case, then they are automatically eligible to come in the system as well. our Gulf War, which is our first Gulf War, they can come in under, it's a presumption of depleted uranium. So as long as they had boots on ground overseas, then they would be eligible. Now, the last one, which is our Operation Enduring Freedom, Operation Iraqi Freedom, and Operation New Dawn, that's a little different. So with that, the VA has said for 5 years post-discharge, they are eligible to receive VA healthcare without their income being counted against them or precluding them from getting in the VA system. Now, a lot of veterans don't really understand this. They think that they only have those 5 years of healthcare if they get in, but that's not true. Those 5 years truly are just to get them into the system. After those 5 years, they're still eligible for VA healthcare, but their income will start to count and there may be a copayment for their healthcare. Copayments are very low, but the 5 years are key. And a lot of people think it's 5 years from when they get back from their deployment, but that is not true. It is 5 years from the date of their discharge from the military. So if they went in 2003 to Iraq and they came back and they're retiring this year, it's 5 years from this year that they would be able to get enrolled in the VA system without their income counting against them. Now, that's great. So now we've met all the requirements. We have the time in service, we have the character of discharge, we have your financials, and now what services do we offer? So a lot of people have this assumption about the VA that they're only eligible to be seen for their service-connected disabilities. And while that may be true for a very small percentage of our veterans, most of our veterans are actually eligible for the full medical benefit package. That means preventative care, so primary care. We've got inpatient, outpatient treatment, so x-rays, endoscopies. We've got mental health services, emergency health care, surgery, home health. We have an on-site community living center, which is like a nursing home with rehab. We can do reconstructive surgery as a result of trauma. We have hospice and palliative care, institutional respite, pregnancy services for our women veterans, and newborn care up to 7 days post-discharge. We also have a program called Care in the Community, which allows veterans to go out into the community and receive care closer to them. Or if there's something that the VA does not offer, we're able to go ahead and send them out into their community to get that care. Now, of course, there are some services that are limited or excluded. So when I say limited, it depends. And I'm not going to go into all of this because, like I said, this could take quite a while. But just know that ambulance services, some hearing aids and eyeglasses, some prosthetic devices, dental care is a very big and hot topic in the VA. Very few people actually qualify for dental care. And then we have what's called the VA Foreign Medical Program. So if you are service connected, which means something that was caused or aggravated in your time of service, you've gone through the whole process, you're rated, you can actually get treated in a foreign country as long as you contact them for that service connection only. There are some things we just hardline cannot do. So abortions and abortion counselings, we do some in vitro fertilizations for service-connected conditions only, but outside of that, there is no in vitro fertilization, no cosmetic surgery for things that are not medically indicated. Unfortunately, we can't do things like medical marijuana or anything that's not approved by the FDA medical-wise. We do not do gender alterations. However, we will support them on hormone therapy and anything else that they need, just not the actual gender alteration itself. And then we can't pay for gym memberships. So those are kind of the hard what we can't do. Outside of that, we actually do quite a bit. All right, so I'm going to turn it over now to Randall Rogers. He's going to talk about VA Video Connect.
Okay. So yeah, I'll talk about VA Video Connect. This is one of two topics I'm going to talk about specifically at Truman VA that hopefully you find interesting and kind of give you a little window into the workings of Truman VA here and things we're trying to accomplish. So VA Video Connect, which we'll call VVC from here on out, is a technology that we use to make it easier for us to provide services to veterans who, for whatever reason, have a hard time coming to us. Versions of this have been around for several years. Years ago, veterans would do telepsychiatry, where they would go to one of our community-based clinics and over a screen have an appointment with a psychiatrist at this location here in Columbia. So that's been going on for a while. There were a few different forms of VVC before we kind of landed on this one. And it's very, very easy. It's really a pretty spectacular platform. Essentially what happens is a veteran gets a link in an email, and they click on that link and everything automatically opens up. The only technology a veteran would need is any kind of device with a camera, screen, and microphone. So it could be a tablet, smartphone, laptop, whatever. And in many instances, we've actually been able to provide tablets to veterans to use for VA Video Connect. So, as you might imagine, this has been particularly useful during the pandemic, whereas it's been probably since 2018 that we really started to try to increase the use of this type of technology. Of course, with the pandemic, we really, put the pedal down. Now, this graph, what you'll see here, the bar that you see now is from a comparable time last year. So that bar is the number of VVC appointments that we had in November of 2019. Now we're going to compare that to September of 2020, so we can see what a dramatic increase that was. And again, a lot of that was motivated by the pandemic and having to, really reduce or restrict face-to-face visits and start using this kind of technology for everybody's safety. So we'll see the next slide. Okay, so this slide is similar. Instead of the number of appointments, this is the number of actual individual veterans seen via VVC, again, between last year and this year. And we see that really impressive increase there. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we've seen how VVC has increased, but how did that really affect how well we were able to follow up with veterans during the pandemic? And that's what this graph with all these lines kind of tells us. Now, this very top line, the blue line you see there at the very top, that is all appointments taken together. Now, the other lines you'll see there are phone appointments, VVC appointments, TM stands for telemedicine, and then F2F is face-to-face. And we can see that over time, even as the pandemic really started to hit, that the overall appointments did not decrease substantially. Now, there's a little bit of a minor dip there in May of 2020. What we really wanted to be able to do was look back and look at May 2019 or 2018, but we weren't able to get that information. That would make for a really good comparison. But from my view, it looks like even with that little dip, that dip isn't so great to suggest that we were unable to provide the services that veterans need. So this is just another graph showing that I think in behavioral health anyway, and I think this is true across services and Truman VA, that VA Video Connect and these other technologies really helped us be able to maintain good contact with veterans over the pandemic. Okay. And at this point, we had a goal, again, a couple of years ago of making sure that every behavioral health staff member actually got trained on VA Video Connect. And right now we've reached that goal. 100% has had at least one VVC visit. And we're still continuing to increase, even as we slowly start to increase the face-to-face visits again, open up some face-to-face groups, getting those resuming. We're still doing a lot of face-to-face and using this technology, which is very beneficial. And we hope that it really, helps a lot of veterans, because as many of you know, we're right here in the middle of rural Missouri, and we serve a lot of veterans that live far from even a lot of the CBOC. So if this helps, that would be great. Okay, so that concludes the VVC topic. The other topic that I wanted to talk about and hope you find interesting as well is kind of an innovative training program that Truman VA is working on now. This is kind of a new idea that some healthcare organizations are starting to embrace a little bit, and this is training on cognitive biases, particularly in medical diagnosing. Now, often, I think most of the time we hear the word bias, and we think of like attitudinal biases, things that maybe we have a tendency to prefer, a certain opinion over another one, the types of biases that we may learn during our lives. These are actually a little bit different. These cognitive biases, as they're referred to in the literature, they've been defined as system errors of the brain. These are ways that all people are fallible in their thinking and synthesis of information. These are reliable. All of us have them, although none of us like to think we do. And they're strongly influenced by environmental factors, how information is presented. I'll give you a few examples here. Oh, first, this is Daniel Kahneman. This is the cover of his book, Thinking Fast and Slow. So if anybody's interested in this, this is the place to go for probably the best review of all this stuff. Daniel Kahneman won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2002 for this research. So I'd love to go into a long, discussion about what these are, but for the sake of time, we're going to have to do it kind of short. So I have some comments here. This first one says, would you believe that seeing random irrelevant numbers affects subsequent estimations you might make? Let me tell you what that means. If you had a pair of dice right now, you rolled those dice and wrote down the two numbers that you saw, that number would affect any other kind of estimation that you made about anything else. A common thing that you see in research, or they'll pick any kind of random estimates. One is that you see a lot is, okay, how tall is the average height of a redwood tree, or how old was Gandhi when he died? And that number, those numbers that came up on the dice would affect what number you come up with. That sounds crazy. You don't believe that it happens to us, but the research is pretty robust. It's actually one of the more reliable bodies of research literature on cognitive biases. It's called anchoring. The next one, stating a probability in terms of a gain or loss affects your behavior. And this is related to the third bullet point down there too, that we give losses more weight than we give gains. Now, a good example of this is how we might phrase the effects of a medication or a particular medical treatment. Persons who are told that a medical treatment has a 90% chance of success versus a 10% chance of failure might respond differently depending on how that percentage is, or probability is framed in terms of a loss or a gain. Again, one of those things, hearing me say it now probably makes you think, oh, that doesn't happen to me. It probably happens to most of us. That's why this is such an important topic, particularly in medical diagnosing. And then this next notion about losses having more weight than gains. Probably another cliched example of this is, we find $20 in our pocket, we're pretty excited, but that doesn't come close to how bad we feel if we realize we've lost $20. So again, these losses having more weight than gains can affect us in a number of ways. And then the next bullet down here says, we think that things that come to mind more readily are actually more common. That's not the case. Things that come to mind more readily are things that are just more salient, more emotional, that sort of thing. And that affects how we make decisions. Okay, next slide. Okay, so these are all examples of things I just talked about here: anchoring, framing, and loss aversion, availability, bias. Certainly over doubt, that's kind of a notion that we tend to make a lot of causal inferences from correlations. And that's something we all know about. I mean, a lot of us are familiar with that. Even that notion has emerged in popular media quite a bit lately, but it's still something we're susceptible to, though we don't really think we are. And then the last notion here, choice architecture, that's important. And this was that phrase was actually developed by an economist named Richard Thaler, who also won the Nobel Prize. And this has to do with the notion that the way choices are presented to us can affect our subsequent behavior. Probably the best example of this is an older research article looking at participation in organ donation programs in different countries. And there are some countries that it's up above 90% participation, and then it's like a bimodal distribution. Other countries it's down below 20, down below 10%. So people wonder, why is this? Why are there some countries where everybody participates and some countries where nobody does? And the answer turned out it was actually quite simple. It depends on how the question was framed. If the question is framed, do you want to participate in an organ donation program? Nobody checks the box, so the participation is low. If the question is framed, do you want to opt out of participation in an organ donation program. Nobody checks the box, and then participation is high. So that's kind of the default setting. The notion being that when it's easy to not make a choice or decision, we want to expend as little effort as possible. And that can be seen in a number of other studies too, but another important notion. So how does this play out in healthcare? And certainly there are some good reviews that indicate that these biases can exist, particularly in medical diagnosing and among patients. And here's just one example of one study. 192 of these studies reviewed confirmed the presence of a bias. 73 studies assessed decision-making by medical personnel, and then 80% of the studies examining medical personnel confirmed the presence of a cognitive bias. Okay, next slide. And then another study too. 50 to 100% of physicians were affected by at least one cognitive biases. And most common were framing and overconfidence. Again, the frames, how things are presented, the way information is presented. Another common one too is anchoring. The information that is presented first, sometimes we kind of hang our hat on that one for a little bit too long, and don't assimilate some other information that might come in a little bit later. We're kind of related to confirmation bias as well. Okay, next slide. So diagnostic errors, I think it's, pretty intuitive that diagnostic errors, are problems, and we want to reduce these as much as possible. And certainly there's research suggesting that these can affect, a lot of people fairly dramatically in some instances. And it's certainly something we want to avoid for the sake of patient safety. Okay, so training and cognitive biases. So that's what we're talking about. And this is, it's very uncommon. A lot of trainings, still focus on skills and knowledge, which is important. But there's starting to be increasing appreciation of cognitive biases. And Truman VA is one of the facilities that is, trying to develop something that will help with these. Pat Croskery is one of the leading researchers in cognitive biases, and kind of coined the term cognitive autopsy, where you kind of do a post-mortem to look at what kind of cognitive biases might have been at play in any kind of medical error. And we're in the process of developing this kind of training. One of the secondary kind of benefits that we hope to achieve with this kind of training isn't just an increase in knowledge of this stuff, because it's hard to do, but it's important. But another benefit is we want this to kind of underscore the way that we are all fallible. Even the best trained people, the smartest people under certain conditions, because of these biases, are apt to make some mistakes. So we want it to be an opportunity for providers to be able to, support each other, talk about these things, and talk about them in terms of cognitive biases, in hopes of not only decreasing the likelihood that these biases will occur, but also provide some social support for each other in these instances. Again, hopefully developing a culture that we feel like, we can come together and support each other safely. And I think that might be it. Oh, my life, my story. Okay, I'm going to turn it back over to Heather.
Okay. The reason we threw in my life, my story really kind of goes along with what Randall was just saying. The cognitive biases, it's something I think that every healthcare system really truly needs to look at. And we are what is called a high reliable hospital. So we really put a lot of focus on, if we make a mistake, we need to figure out why that mistake was made and how to fix it in the future. My life, my story is I'm actually going to give this real quick. So it's far more important to know what person the disease has than what disease the person has. And I think that kind of goes a long way of discussing what this is. So My Life, My Story is a program that allows Truman VA employees or volunteers to sit down with a veteran and learn about their life story. It was implemented in 2013 up in Wisconsin, and now it's been pushed through to 24 other VA medical centers. Truman VA is one that's pushing this forward as well. And as of 2017, there were over 2,000 veterans have been interviewed. this doesn't just ask them about their military time. This really gets the nuts and bolts of their entire life story. And the reason we do that is we sit down and ask them these questions, write this up, and it goes into their medical record. These stories are now part of their chart, their medical history. So providers, nurses, doctors, they can all go in and see this person is not just a diagnosis. This is an actual person who has lived these extraordinary lives. And so the program started, the process is pretty easy. It is only 1,000 words or less. So if you're like me who likes to write a lot, that actually is not a whole lot to do for an entire person's, but it is also told in the first person. So you as a reader are listening to the veteran telling you their story. So when this first started, they did a survey of the providers saying, all right, do you think that this is going to help you? Do you think that reading these are really going to help you make clinical decisions and it's good use of your time? And you can see, like, yeah, it was pretty, good. However, in 2017, you can see the shift. Providers truly did feel that this is something that was useful and that helped them make diagnoses for their veterans. So why does this matter, right? Well, this was actually something that came from one of the providers. They basically said, hey, my patient went from being this 61-year-old male with a history of diabetes, with PTSD, on chronic, pain from methadone, right? So it went from being just a stat or numbers to this person was a hero. He was a machine gunner in the 82nd Airborne who joined the Army boxing team and spent years as a novice boxer and trained for the Olympics. He was a cook for over 11,000 soldiers while in Afghanistan, and now he helps other veterans by taking care of their spiritual needs as a pastor. Now, would you ever have gotten that from the first part? Absolutely not. And the time factor that a lot of our providers have with our patients don't let them know all of this information. So by having this in the record, it will help to overcome those cognitive biases, just like Randall was saying. By seeing them as a person, you're not just looking at them as a diagnosis. So when we talk about, we're wrapping up now, but when we talk about where we are, Truman VA, where we are now, we've come a long way, and this pandemic has definitely made things a little challenging, but I really feel that through the use of things like VVC, focusing on our cognitive biases, and then also including the My Life, My Story, it's really that innovative programming that allows us to kind of advance our patient experience, but not just the patient, but the provider as well. And the VA is shifting from the traditional sick care model to this whole health perspective as well. So we want our patients to be involved in their healthcare. We want them to make choices. We want to listen to the things that they want so we can get them the care that they need. So if you have any questions, here's our contact information. We would love to hear from you if you do. And I don't know if anybody had any questions that we'd be happy to answer.
So Heather, we do have a question from the audience, and the question is for you: where does homeless, MST, military sexual trauma, and medical discharges fall for all three categories?
Yeah, so no, that's a great question, and it's something I didn't go far into at this point, just because, like I said, I really could spend hours doing this. But for our military sexual trauma veterans, any veteran who had a military sexual trauma can come in and receive VA healthcare if it's related to their military sexual trauma and mental health care. So they don't have to show anything to say that they had it. They don't have to have proof. They just need to come to us and let us know they have that. And we're going to work with them to get them through the healthcare system. What we do also suggest is that they put in for a service connection for that, which I'm sure that the Veterans Law Clinic can help you work through if you have questions on that. As far as service, so there was military sexual trauma, our homeless veterans. So that is one that we do struggle with a little bit because it seems the majority of our homeless veterans tend to have an other than honorable discharge. And that's where we have to get a little creative. So again, if they have an other than honorable discharge, we can treat them for mental health care, and we'll work with them to get that upgraded, as well as trying to get them service connected for something that was related to their time in service. If we can get them those treatments. It's not that we're going to turn them away. We're also going to try to find outside entities and community partners that we can work with them to get them the care that they need during that time too. So there is the military sexual trauma, our homeless, and what was the third one?
Medical discharges.
Oh, that's a great one. Yes. If a veteran has a medical discharge on their DD-214, their discharge papers, then yes, they are eligible for VA healthcare as well. So, and that's one I probably should throw into my special categories. It's not one that I actually typically see very often, but I do get very excited when I see that too.
That's great. That's great. Well, Heather and Randall, thank you so much. That was really, really well done. And obviously, you put a lot of time and thought into what you were going to talk about, and you really hit some very, very important points. So we really appreciate the perspective of people on the healthcare side, specifically Truman VA. So keep doing the great work you're doing, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Well, thank you for having us.
Yep. All right. Thank you very much. So we're now at the point of the symposium where we've heard from all the presenters. And I just want to say a few final remarks. It's been a productive day, interesting day. It's been and it's been also a long day. It's a Friday, so I will keep them short. The symposium theme was battles won and lost. And so one of the things about being in battles won and lost is that you have to be actually in the battle. You have to be fighting. You have to be part of the struggle. And so today, what we heard from was people who are in the battle for helping veterans, assisting veterans in many, many different ways. And so the way that happens is it's not just a lawyer representing a veteran in a disability claim or a discharge upgrade. It really, it is a pervasive thing where there are many, many, many aspects to it. So today, for example, we heard from, a real hero in John Clark, who did many, many unbelievable things that we got to hear from in great detail. And he was actually in military battle, but he's also been in the battle in terms of fighting for veterans ever since he came back from Vietnam and all that. And he's never given up. And he just keeps fighting, doing things that he thinks are important for veterans, like speaking here today about his experiences with PTSD and all that he had to go through. And also just telling his story. It was amazing to hear his story, which is in that kind of detail. We rarely hear those things. We sort of are we get the idea of what happens to veterans, but to hear it in great detail is really meaningful. But also part of being in the battle is doing hard things, like pointing out areas where we're falling down in terms of helping veterans. And so we heard from different speakers who addressed that. The panel on the Gulf War illnesses had many, many examples of pointing out where there are problems. I spoke about it. Judge Davis gave a really remarkable presentation on where he sees deficiencies in helping veterans in the disability claims process. But it's not just, hey, you got problems, you need to figure out a solution. It is, as you're taught in the military, if you point out a problem, you better come with an answer. So part of that also is finding solutions to help veterans once you identify areas that need improvement. And so we heard that in many different ways today. Judge Davis was very frank about where he thinks there can be things done that will improve the process. We heard from Senator Wallingford and from Scotty Allen from the Missouri Veterans Commission about things that they do and are planned to do and have done that help veterans in really meaningful ways in the state of Missouri. And that's what we do. That's what we're dedicated to doing here at the Veterans Clinic, is finding solutions for veterans on an individual basis, but also on a systemic basis as well. And then we also heard from Heather and Randall about things they're doing at Truman VA, where They recognize that situations change, the information we know about what veterans experience and what they need changes, and they've adopted policies and programs to address those things. It's not just we're going to keep doing things the same way over and over. So I commend all the people who are in the battle, because it's really, really important, and it's a battle that's never going to end, but we'll all keep fighting. So thank you, everybody. I really, really appreciate it. The Veterans Clinic appreciates it. Professor Drake appreciates you joining. So thank you very much, and we're going to go ahead and sign off.